Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Tokyo, Japan. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And welcome back to the latest edition of the Sake Future Summit. You may remember that back in 2020, when everything was going sideways, we put together a pretty impressive slate of programming about Japanese kokushu, namely sake, shochu, and awamori for people all over the world to enjoy and to learn. And we are bringing back, after a couple-year absence, a kind of abbreviated version of the Sake Future Summit. And we've got another global cast of characters, experts, and themes for you to enjoy wherever you happen to be in the world right now. I am in Tokyo. My name is Christopher Pellegrini, at your service. And today, we are going to show you 4 different sessions that are focused on sake, shochu, and awamori. We have experts, we have fans in the audience, and we are ready and raring to go. The first session today that is actually embodies this entire theme of the internationalization of kokushu is a multinational conversation that's going to be happening live, beaming to you wherever you are in the world, and we encourage you to participate. Please ask questions, please comment, and at the end of the sessions, all 4 sessions today, and all 4 sessions next week, we will have a chance to interact between the studio, some of the experts around the world, and yourselves. So don't hold back. Let us know what you're thinking. And let's bring these drinks to new audiences wherever you may reside. So first off today, I'm really excited about our beginning session because a good friend of mine who I feel like he ditched me, but he's in another part of the world now, and I haven't been able to talk to him since last year, so this is very exciting for me. But he has put together a panel of experts to talk to you about the international spread and the international enjoyment of sake. So without further ado, I would like to make a connection between the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association's Information Center in downtown Tokyo and faraway Arkansas. And I would like to welcome to the show the one and only Justin Potts. Justin, are you out there?
I am indeed. Can you hear me out there, Christopher?
I can hear you. How you doing?
Perfect. I'm doing pretty well. I'm not gonna lie. I'm missing a little bit of Japan, but I'm absolutely loving it here.
Well, Japan misses you too. And we just had a Bonenkai, our end of the year party, and it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was weird that you weren't there.
It was weirder seeing pictures where I wasn't there. I was definitely missing that one. I'm definitely missing you guys. But it's
So
it's
how
it's
are you?
fantastic to see you guys doing everything.
Yeah, yeah. I'm curious about how things are going for you though, because we haven't spoken for so long. You're in Arkansas
Yeah.
now. How are things?
Oh, things are it's an adventure every single day. You know, we are starting everything from scratch right here. So I've transplanted myself to the beautiful town of Hot Springs, Arkansas, where we are in the process of opening Origami Sake, and we're doing everything from the ground up. So it's not just a matter of making the sake. Building our we're putting together our infrastructure. We're building our brewery. We are, engineering and fabricating equipment. Everything is all happening in tandem. So it's been an absolute adventure. So every day it's been honestly one of the most exciting challenges I've ever had the honor, the pleasure to be able to engage in. So it's just this perfect balance of both feeling like I'm in my wheelhouse, but being infinitely challenged every day. And so it's just super rewarding every single day.
It sounds amazing. And you are definitely the type who loves to juggle several things at once. So it sounds like it's right up your alley.
Yeah, yeah. As much as I try to not, for some reason, I keep ending up in that position. I don't know if that's my doing, or exactly how that works out, but no, I'm really excited though, because right now I'm actually at least for the immediate future, I'm really focusing on the sort of the brewing component and the things more directly associated with that, which, that extrapolates into everything else. You have to be thinking about everything at the same time.
Yeah.
But just to have that opportunity to kind of spend a bit more time focusing on that is really, really great, because I haven't had the chance to do that in a few years. So, oh, it's been a lot of fun. It's been great.
Well, I'm excited to hear more about that on this session that you're about to host. Can you give us like the executive summary about what we're about to witness?
Yeah. So, I was tasked with the very broad topic and title of the global transformation of sake.
Mm,
And which the second you stick the word global in there, you're talking different regions, you're talking different countries, and every single country and region obviously comes with its own, you know, um, legal and regulatory differences, cost, economic differences. There's so much nuance to every single market. It's a challenge to try and wrap everything into one sort of global definition or one singular global perspective. But
sure.
we're actually just kind of talking with right before we got on here. One of our panelists here, Lorenzo, he was saying, gosh, this is actually such a special opportunity to be able to bring everybody together, because so many markets, they spend so much time siloed out, in their own space, speaking amongst themselves. Whereas if you take the time to step back every now and then, and sort of pull the lens back just a little bit further and get a little bit of more perspective as to how um, other people in other parts of the world are approaching and engaging with, in this case, sake and shochu. That may very well go to inform, how people in other parts of the world might tackle new challenges, or introduce those fantastic beverages to people. So we kind of take it for granted that we're sort of connected with everyone all the time, but the amount of time that we actually spend sitting down and just dedicating a block of time to doing that is it's fewer and further between than we often think it is. And so it's a pretty great opportunity, and so I feel very honored and humbled to be able to kick the summit off with this particular session today.
Yeah, getting started with a big group of very important, influential people from the sake world, based all around the world, as you said. And so, there's no better way to get this started, I think. We were just watching one of the episodes from 2020, one of the earliest episodes, and it's just it's really fun to see how far things have come. Is I guess what I want to say here, how the recognition of these drinks has come along, come up. There's a lot more knowledge out there. We're not just talking about the basics anymore, and that's of course part of your legacy, having started this whole thing back in 2020 and putting your back into it every single day for months. And there's no better person to be kicking us off this year, I feel. So thank you so much for joining us from Arkansas. And I really wish you all the luck in the world with origami. It's going to be so exciting to see what you guys are able to do over there, and how it fits into all the other exciting things that your guests are going to be talking about with us in a couple of minutes. So with that, let me hand it over to you. You take the reins. I'm going to be in the background, and everybody out there watching right now, please don't be afraid to ask questions. Drop your comments in the chat on YouTube, and I will be watching the conversation. And if I find any good questions, I'm going to bring them up during the Q&A at the end. So, Justin, thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Pellegrini. I appreciate it. Excellent. I guess that means it is time for us to get started. So I guess once again, thank you, Chris. Thank you to the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association, and to everybody who's helped make this event possible. I'm absolutely honored and humbled to be helping kick this off this morning, evening, wherever you're at. My name is Justin Potts. I'm the producer and one of the co-hosts over at Sake on Air. And now, as we just discussed, as of recently, the director of brewing relations over at Origami Sake in the heart of rice country here in Arkansas. Today, our topic at hand is the global transformation of sake. And as we were just discussing, this is a very vast and broad topic that carries with it different weight and different nuance in different corners of the globe and different regions. However, we're going to try to paint in slightly broader strokes, provide a little bit of more of a macro perspective as to what the past couple years brought about for the world of sake, what we're facing currently and in the year ahead. And then we'll see if we might be able to sort of peer into our crystal balls a little bit and sort of imagine what a future of sake will look like in the relatively near future. Today, I am super excited and very humbled to be joined by three trailblazers in their own right, in their own territories, in different places across the globe. Today, I am joined by Monica Samuels, who is the Vice President of Sake and Spirits over at Vine Connections and heading up the Kome Collective initiative, focusing on Japanese sake and spirits. I'm also joined by Lorenzo Ferraboschi, who is the CEO of Sake Company, based out of Milan, as well as Hugo Chen, who is the manager over at your place for all things sake in Hong Kong, Sake Central. First and foremost, a huge thank you to the three of you for taking time to stay up. Some of you folks are staying up really late. Some of you folks are staying up or getting up very early. Hugo, I know you just got off the plane and it's bright and early there, and you just got back from Osaka. So I can't thank you all enough for making time to join me here today. I guess just to kick this off, I want to make sure everybody who's listening knows exactly who they're talking to. So I'm just going to kind of go around the digital table here real quick. And I think I'll start with Monica. And if you just wouldn't mind taking just a moment to tell our viewers and listeners just a tad bit more about yourself and sort of your role and the scope of your work.
Thank you so much, Justin. It is a real pleasure to share the Zoom screen with all of you today. I am Monica Samuels. As Justin mentioned, I'm the Vice President of Sake and Spirits. I work for an importer of wine and sake called Vine Connections. We've been importing wine since 1999 and sake since 2000, and in all 50 states and throughout the nation of Canada as well. And our Japanese division, which was just founded last year, is called Kome Collective. And I'm based in New York, although you'll find me usually standing in line to board a United flight most of the time.
So you're on the move for the longest time. I actually had no idea where you were based, Monica. I couldn't figure it out. So at least now I know where I should attempt to track you down whenever I have to. Excellent. Thanks a lot. Lorenzo, how about yourself? You want to tell us about yourself and the sake company?
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity, first of all, to Justin and all the organization and Christopher and the summit. I'm based in Milan. I'm the founder of Sake Company. It's a vertical sake specialized import and distribution company based on culture, meaning explaining what sake is and then selling it, because that's not taken for granted, not to be taken for granted in Europe yet. So we do education and we do sales, education first, I would say. Along with Sake Company, in 2016, we also created Sakeya, which is a restaurant. It's like a gym for us, where you can train sake pairing with food. And so, and along again with time, we represent the Sake Sommelier Association. So we train for people to become a bit more expert in sake. So we do all the things together with the main goal of explaining what sake is before buying it, so people can buy it with more confidence and not just just because sake is trendy or something like that. So, yeah. So welcome everybody. I hope this tonight for me, because I'm based in Milan, will be a sort of an educational, but more a sort of a motivational talk and speech that connects everybody all over the world. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Lorenzo. I said I'm super excited to have you here because you do have, you have your hands in sort of every single aspect of everything. And
That's
I also, yeah, and I also just realized for the very first time that we need a sake gym. So thank you for that. Now I have another list of things that I have to somehow realize. Excellent. Now we'll pop over to Hong Kong real quick. Hugo, why don't you share a little bit about yourself and Sake Central?
Yeah, so hi everybody. Thank you for this opportunities. Thank you for the invites, and thank you for the GSS to again have this opportunity for all of us to get together just to have very fun conversations that we can have for the next hours. My name is Hugo Chen, and I am from Hong Kong. I work in Sake Centro right now. Sake Centro is a place that we'll teach, we educate, we help people to understand sake within from our own perspective. We do sake pairing inside our shop as well. I myself used to work in investment and asset management just a couple of years ago. So I actually come from a very different perspective from most of the people that is from this industry, I would say. So I fell in love with sake over 6-7 years ago, and I just have a reckoning that I would really love to do something that I like, and I figured sake is one of the things that I really, really want to do. So I just dip my hands in and find a place like Sake Centro that has welcome arms, so many different scoops of works that I can do, investments, working with the governments, not just from Japan, but also from Hong Kong and other places as well. So it's a very, very fun journey for me. And it gets me to here right now. And by the way, I'm just trying to run out my batteries, as what Justin said. I just came off the plane a few hours ago. So after this, I'll just go back to sleep and forget about everything.
50 minutes, Hugo. It's just a sprint. It's just a short sprint.
Yeah.
We'll make it. We'll make it. We'll make it.
I'll make it. I'll make it.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, I'm super excited also, obviously, that you're on here as well, too. I said you bring some of that financial perspective, which arguably the industry, lacks in some degree. And if there's one thing that the sake and Shochu industries could use, it would be a little more funds and funding. So I hope we'll be able to chat a little bit about that, and we can lean on some of your expertise as we dig in here. To get started, for our first topic, I think everybody's kind of sick about talking about all the madness and mess of the past couple of years. But I think in order to sort of couch the conversation in a little bit of context, I think it's worth taking just a step back for just a moment and sort of catching up with the three of you as to sort of what you all sort of gleaned about yourselves and your roles sort of in your business and in your local markets, respectively, because, I imagine that the previous and honestly ongoing challenges of the past couple of years, I imagine they probably taught you a few things about your place in your role. So I'd like to kind of recap almost a little bit to get started. So I guess, Hugo, while we're chatting with you, I guess, obviously Hong Kong has been in the news for a handful of reasons. Sake aside, you guys have obviously, there's been a lot of transition and change and some unique challenges that you guys are obviously up against. But I guess in that really intense sort of transition that's happened over the past few years and that's sort of ongoing, what did you sort of glean, or what did you learn about Sake Central's role and your role as a purveyor of fine beverages in that local market?
Yeah, because I think one of the benefits that when Sake Central opened back in 2017 was a place that we can actually gather people from all around the world, and they're sake lovers that not just from Hong Kong only, but mostly we're focusing on global market a little bit more at that period of time when we first started. So when we first started, we almost aimed at like global market only, and we didn't really have a connection with the locals actually, because in Hong Kong, the is a very hyper competitive like society, and for sake especially. You got so many players as like distributors. You have restaurants, a lot of Japanese restaurants. You just got so many competitions from all the way around. So our goal was to separate ourselves from mostly and divert ourselves from the local market. So we actually stand in a different perspective when we look at things. However, when it comes to COVID and when the whole world closed down, you don't have that opportunity anymore. So we focus more, back to focus more on how to work with the locals, how to get back to, not to say like the good side, but like we try to get back to have a lot more connections with the local market as well. So I think during that period of time when I step in and when I come into the company, it was in the midst of the COVID. So, and in the midst of COVID, when you start to try to connect with the locals, I used to have some connections that I have, not just from the sake industry side, but also from my own personal experience with my previous career as well. So I helped get them link up a little bit more. However, in Hong Kong, it's just the competition is just so fierce. Just in 2020 and 2021, you've got like 50 to 60 just new distributors and importers just coming up.
Wow.
When you got people coming in, but you also got people coming out as well. But like the problem is that when certain distributors and certain brands that is represented inside Hong Kong, you ought to give them time to develop, right, inside market that is supposed to be something for marketing and like how to develop a brand in a certain market. But with the unique thing that in Hong Kong is that we are pretty much a very fast food style society, is that people are very keen on learning new stuff. But when they're keen on learning new stuff, they also keen on getting rid of something that in their mind is a little bit old style or like already not in the trend. So how to combat that is a big problem for us during the past 2-3 years. And also for my perspective is that like in Hong Kong, with the midst of change and everything, there are a lot of like people that is actually leaving Hong Kong. I used to work in finance, and like when you work in finance, some of the you have to have like license, for example, to work in Hong Kong for certain like investment and like asset management, those kind of things. And like some of the research has told us that like 60%, 65% right now of like the license holder actually left Hong Kong and went to like other places like Singapore, like America, back to their places as well. So you can actually see the changes in the Hong Kong societies that the old customer base is actually like going off, and we have to develop something new for us to survive as well inside the society right now.
Yeah, I mean that's gotta be a massive. I mean, just that influx of
Yeah, like
different clientele. That, I mean, it has to be incredibly intense. I mean, because you're in a place where you're working with, in a sense, your own product, things that you're bringing in or distributing or whatnot, but also working with those different distributors to bring in product and different things to your space in order to educate and share. And so, and at the same time having to basically create a new local customer base. I mean, that must have been incredibly intense.
yeah, that is really, really intense, especially because I think one of the problems that we have was that the foundation we have was purely focusing on global market only when we first started. So we didn't have much connections, and even we didn't use it fully. So one of the challenges that when I first came in is that how I can help Sake Central to link up with the locals, not just with like local customers, but also local distributors, local restaurants. So how we can work together and actually and introduce us actually our concepts to them as well. And that is very challenging, but also very fun, I would say.
Yeah, I bet, and probably very rewarding as well too. Have you found that market to be receptive, and has it changed sort of the demographic of customers of Sake
I
Central?
I would love to think that I've made some changes. I love to think that, but you
Yeah.
never know. Like I like to talk with customers all the time, and I l- I can sense there's some kind of changes, especially for people that coming into the shop. They have a certain expectation now, and before that, you will have people just come in and like they would like to have a glass of sake, but they have absolutely no idea what sake is. Right now you'll have people come in that they know a little bit. So when you talk to them, it's easier actually. But in the same time, it's much more challenging as well because you're talking about educations now. You have to talk about like how you can guide them through certain kind of like situations when you stumble in on like drinking sakes, like what kind of taste you're going to have, what kind of aroma you're going to expect, like those kind of things. But I overall is really really fun, I would say.
Yeah, I bet that's got to be super rewarding. Awesome.
Yeah.
I said I've got a couple things I want to get back to on that, but I'm going to kind of go around the table a little bit. I guess we'll pop over to Monica maybe. 'Cause I mean, Monica obviously covering the US, 50 different states and all of Canada. I mean, covering 50 different states in the US is more or less the equivalent of covering 50 different countries pretty much in some respects. And so, you're not looking at how, you know, changes and turmoil or affecting a single entity, but it's all those different places. So, how did you guys work through that?
Well, I think that what a lot of people did during the pandemic was, take that opportunity, especially for someone like me who is normally moving, to all of a sudden be grounded um, at home. There were a lot of different things to work on, and one thing that had been in the works or been in discussion for a very long time was rebranding our Japanese division and making it creating a separate identity other than Vine Connections. It was 2020 was the first year that we sold more sake than wine as a company, and there are there's a handful of wine importers in the US who also import sake, but it's a very small percentage of their overall revenue. And we became a sake forward company during the pandemic, which was really interesting because I found that people were so starved for something new. And like Hugo was saying, everyone likes stimulation and the shiny new thing. And when you're stuck at home and you only know how to cook four things, and you went out and bought 2 cases of wine and panic shopped at Costco, and it every day sort of starts to roll into another. And so we found that sake was really resilient during the pandemic, which was great. And as it continued to outsell wine, I just felt kind of ridiculous that we were a company that sounded like a wine company, being Vine Connections. And so we rebranded our Japanese division, which is meaningful on a few different levels. I think it really did show the industry that we were doubling down on the category, and that we really believed in the runway for sake being very, very long. And we're making a meaningful investment in that future. And it gave us an opportunity to update all of our back labels with QR codes, and kind of create some different narratives on themes of our sake, rather than going to the website and seeing this archaic, we have 24 junmais and 18 junmai ginjos, and really getting people to think about different themes. But and so our division is called Kome Collective, and the collective part is what I'm really the most proud of what we achieved during the pandemic, because we represent great sake and we're very passionate about it. But this was really a great chance to spotlight our people. And I think we're a very unique company. Our portfolio was initially curated by John Gottner, who I still get to work very closely with as we continue to develop our portfolio. We represent amazing people in terms of the brewers, and our team is incredibly unique in terms of our sake specialist team. I have a team of 4, and none of them applied to work for our company. I found them all on the internet and stalked them,
Pick them out.
and in everyone's case, convinced them to leave their industry to join ours. So they really stood out to the point where you couldn't ignore them. And as you know, another part of the pandemic that's a real challenge for employers is retaining employees. You know, I think the pandemic really inspired people to think outside the box in terms of what they want to do next, like Hugo. And you know, so I wanted to focus. Obviously, we can't be the most competitive salaried company that there's just no end to that war. And so really trying to find a way for our team to feel like their voices were being reflected in all of our communication and all of our educational materials, and that what was meaningful to them, that we showed them that it was really important to us. And so one of our team members, who Hugo, it sounds like you met in Tokyo last month, Jesse Bronner, he was just in Japan working at a couple of our breweries, which was part of an initiative that he really wanted us to lead on sustainability. And so he went to work for 2 breweries who really do go above and beyond in terms of their efforts in sustainability. And he really challenged all of our producers last year by asking them what they're doing in terms of sustainability and organic rice growing, and really got them to think in a different way. And so I just tried to find as many ways to engage people so that they really feel like they own what they're doing, because I think the why became more important than ever during the pandemic, in terms of just feeling like what you're doing has meaning. So that was it's not, we certainly haven't finished doing what we're doing in that, as far as that goes, but we've planted a lot of really great seeds.
Oh, no, that's fantastic. So it's like it can't, I mean, it can't be emphasized enough, right? I mean, staffing challenges and things like that are ongoing, especially in, you know, the food industry and the restaurant industry and things like that. Is how do you keep people, you know, and good people around that are doing good work, you know, and that want to do good work, you know. And so it's starting to come down to the question of why. And I think that's going to inform a lot of probably what we end up doing in the direction we end up taking things probably in the next couple of years, is sort of doubling down on that why, because it's becoming so much more important to people. So that's super exciting to hear that's a space that you guys really committed to and invested that time and energy in. That's beautiful. I like that a lot. Very cool. I'm going to jump over to Lorenzo for just a moment here, if you don't mind. Lorenzo, you are based out of Milan, but you are, you know, as you mentioned, you've got your hand in a lot of things in the world of sake, aside from bringing it in and then getting it out to people. You're looking at the education, looking at communication on so many levels. What did you learn about, you know, sort of your company and sort of your position, maybe in Milan, in Italy, but maybe then in the larger scope of Europe and over the past couple of years?
Yeah, but listening to Hugo and Monica, actually, I kind of felt we lived similar, I mean, different states, but in a way similar something that happened. I mean, Hugo talked about education and educate people, and for me was something that kind of surprised me, because I always felt like Asia and Hong Kong was like ahead compared to Milan. But then Hugo said we need to educate people for them to understand sake, and that was really interesting for me. And I want to phone him up later after this to know more about it. And then Monica said that they brought something more, something new, something, you know, to become the sake-driven company, which for me, America is a country that actually drinks so much more sake than Europe. So I listened to Hugo and Monica like the 2 people that are ahead a few years compared to Europe. So for me, they're like telling me what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And what happened during the pandemic, it's that we changed our company. We started to stop selling sake and thinking, because we used to sell to B2B, as we say, so business to business, restaurants, hotels, and those places were stopped, were closed. So we needed to change. and we needed to change it. And we needed, because we're small, we changed quickly, and we needed to reinforce and rechange everything. So we focused on education, we focused on explanation, we focused on what's the content compared to the outside. So sake was not. We tried to focus on educating, and that brought us to a totally new level during the pandemic. Now the pandemic is not finished, but we kind of see it as if it was kind of past issue, even if it's not past yet.
Yeah.
But we kind of embracing that new philosophies in a way, and we now understand what's left after the pandemic, which is a lot more in a way, and a new company and a new way of setting and a new way of approaching. We in the beginning we used to sell sake, and now we focus more on educating the client before selling. We changed, I mean, on the surface, just this website anyway, but we changed, we built online courses, we built YouTube channels, we built ways to inform customers before selling. We stopped selling to everybody. We just sell to those that understand better, because we understand they are those that will talk positively about sake. We try not to sell to clients that do not. I mean, saying respect, it's a difficult word, but we try to understand who's buying. And translating the transition was not easy, because going from a open market to a reduction, so less clients open, was very tough. So we really became a sort of a different company during the pandemic, and focusing on the content more than the product was the step that kept us alive. Now I can see it after the COVID. I remember that during the COVID, I used to post a video every week, every Monday, analyzing a sake, and I used to bother to phone up to call a different Kuramoto every week, asking the behind the scene of the production of that sake, and making a presentation, and I made 52 videos a whole year, 52 weeks, and that became something that helped actually to change the company, because people started to look at the scene behind making it. So from that kind of started to rise, not only for that, but that's one of the examples. Also courses online, and the first time we actually made a course after a few months without any physical courses, we had hundreds of people come to the online course, which is a number that in Italy, it's insane. Usually we had like 20, 30 people to one physical course, but we had an online course of 100 and more people coming. So we felt the need after the pandemic, and then also the connection with Japan became stronger, because before the pandemic we used to go every year. But then when the pandemic started and we physically couldn't go, then the connection got stronger on the opposite, because we couldn't go. So from Japan, the request, but the invitation came. Let's get digitally together. So we built a virtual tour to the Sakaguras in Japan, and hundreds of Italian people online logged in, and we went visit virtually to the Sakaguras, which was a way to test how the market was eager, was like, um, with the, how to say, with the empty belly for going there,
the
with
hunger.
hunger,
Yeah,
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 for going there. So that was me, for me, it was a, all tests for how the market is ready. Because if the market is not ready, you can try to sell, but it's not going to get it. But if the market asks you for new things, then it's the moment when the market is ready for new sake, new information. And I would say at the end of this, the line we can draw is that Europe came back after the pandemic with more thirst of sake, more need of information, and more requests of the good distribution of sake, which doesn't mean just selling the bottle, but I mean, Italian people, Spanish, French, German, they want to know who's making it. They want to know what's behind the bottle. If you can tell them what's behind the bottle, they will be super customers, because they will never betray you.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's all, the process that we lived during the pandemic, I believe.
Yeah, no, that's super exciting and and inspiring. And you bring up a good point that, in a time of struggle, it was actually, it really did serve as a really good way of
Yeah.
actual, like, real tangible evidence that there is a real hunger out there, and that yes, people
But
do want to know, they're ready to go to the next step, and
I have to
they'll
say,
make the effort.
Japanese.
Yeah,
I have to say, Japanese people, Japanese makers, so Kuramoto, Kurabito, and all these people that make sake, they were super, super, super open to share and to open their cameras to
yeah,
us,
yeah,
to
yeah,
testify that they want to be together with us.
yeah.
So that was very moving in sometimes. So very, very nice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's beautiful. And that's actually that idea of sort of communication and that idea of sort of education, I think is obviously it's critical, whether you're talking about sitting in a classroom, doing tastings, or you're educating individuals online, or you're educating distributors, or wherever that target might be. I mean, based on sort of that experience of the last couple of years, you know, how do we then approach communication and education going forward, and sort of what are the important points and places that might be worth spending more time and energy, is actually something I kind of want to talk to all of you about and kind of see what you think, because it's right, the way in which people have been able to get information about sake and the different channels, the different means, the volume, the quality has all just grown exponentially. And so I'm curious, so for example, say, Monica, I know that obviously being part of Vine Connections, you all have, I guess, what you could call maybe a sort of a wine approach to communicating and selling sake. And I'm curious to know about, the idea of sort of selling sake alongside wine. You said, your sake sales eclipsed wine as of 2020, which is mind blowing and super exciting. But sort of how did, I guess, not just sake, but sort of evolutions and changes in the wine market, and sort of how you were informing people, how has that sort of gone on to inform how you approach informing or educating your sake customers, and sort of what did you take from the last couple of years, and what are you going to take with you going forward?
Well, thank you for that question. I think it's funny how triggering it can be for sake people sometimes to hear the analogy getting a little too wine forward. And I always see people on Twitter saying, like, talking about the merit of discussing terroir if it exists in sake, or why are you trying to put these French words on a sake label? And so I would just like to preface by saying that we're not trying to pretend like sake is wine. But
there is an important distinction there.
because of our distribution network, we started as a wine importer. And so our distribution network, in the 50 states where there's a 3-tier system, we're aligned with fine wine distributors. And so I always had to talk about sake through the lens of wine to make a wine salesperson feel comfortable enough to go throw a bottle of sake in their bag full of wine. And And I would make these presentations to distributors, and they would say, okay, well, Monica's got a point here. There's a lot of opportunity. I want every one of you to put a sake day on your calendar where you're just going to go sell to sake accounts. And that's not really realistic. Everyone has a lot to do. Geography makes it impossible to try to see all of your sake customers in one day. Maybe half your sake customers don't like to see you on Tuesdays, and the other half, or only there on Tuesdays. And so the only way to really expand sake in our network is to have people think of it alongside wine. And I think that a lot of sake education, the barrier to entry is, first you have to learn this glossary of terms, and you have to kind of earn the right to understand how to pick a bottle of sake. And I am dealing with an audience that isn't necessarily going to do that first, to cross that first bridge. And so our sales team and our distributors, I try to get them to think about a sake. Is this a red wine sake or a white wine sake? Is this more, and that will dictate, temperature choices, food pairing choices. Is something really bright and pure and fruity, or is it more savory and complex? And then also, I think that it helps people to not think about sake as this very specific flavor. I think we've all heard people say, oh yeah, I tried sake before, like sake is not really my thing. And I think that we probably all believe that there is a sake out there for everyone. And just because you've tried a few and don't like it, you just haven't tried the right one. And so a lot of our educational materials are like, okay, well, are you a Napa Valley Cabernet drinker? Then you should try this sake. Are you a New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc drinker? Then you should try this sake. And it's really helped to people to think about sake in other settings outside of just Japanese restaurants as well. And one of my favorite events that we did was where we work with a producer there's a lot of minerality to sake, and it comes from these limestone caves, Akiyoshida in Yamaguchi. And we did a dinner that was just the theme was limestone, and so we used Blanc de Blanc champagne has really strong minerality. We used a Sylvaner that has this like really great chalky minerality. We introduced the sake in that narrative, and it was just completely different how people received it. And so I think that there are ways to sell sake through the lens of wine without compromising how special sake is on its own.
Right. It's that ongoing challenge, right? Is how do you get folks to take sake on its own terms, right, and be able to appreciate it and do that while at the same time, leveraging the resources that are readily available, right? It's always the kind of a balancing act. But that distinction, like you said, selling sake as wine versus selling it alongside wine, while it might feel like a slim distinction to some, it's so critical, and it really does make such a big difference.
Absolutely.
That's excellent. Yeah. Hugo, you were actually earlier on, I kind of cut you off a little bit earlier on the session when you were chatting. You were talking a little bit about education, and you referred to sort of Hong Kong actually being a relatively educated market, which is interesting. I mean, you guys, in terms of numbers, you guys do pretty well over there. Hong Kong often gets kind of held up on a pedestal for it. Here's where we want to go. Here's where we want to try and get to. I think a lot of people don't necessarily think of there even necessarily being a quote unquote mature sake market. However, you sort of, at least in where you're at Sake Central, you look at it as sort of, there actually is a relatively large population of relatively well-educated individuals. How are you sort of approaching education then at Sake Central, and sort of how are you thinking about that in your context?
I actually think that's like I tend to use the wrong words when I talk about like relatively educated. Like, I'm not saying people are not educated and stuff. It's just that I think in Hong Kong we have a certain trend right now, is that we treat things very luxuriously, I would say, like especially for alcohol sakes, like, and like not just sake, but like wines and everything. We treat things very luxuriously. So when you look at things that is very luxurious, for Hong Kong people especially, they tend to go on to have something that is really, really luxurious, and to drink something really, really luxurious. So like in Hong Kong, the mindset of like people are relatively educated is that it's just self-implemented, I would say sometimes. Um, the market in Hong Kong, especially for just like money spending, is just enormous. I think like in 2020 we're like the top three in all over the world, and the numbers dropped a little bit, and the number drops is expected. I would say like some people would get confused as like, oh, like your market is trending up, where to start dropping down, what is going on, and people would get like confused. I got questions from consulate sometimes, and they're asking me like, hey, do you have certain like reasons, or like certain reasons why the number is dropping? And I was like, this is very normal because 2020 and 2021 is not normal in the whole world.
Mm.
So like when you're looking for something that is has a spike suddenly and it goes down a little bit, the trend is actually still going up. It's just you already tasted this the top once, so you always look for the top. That's human nature, right?
Yeah.
Like in Hong Kong, the problem is that the market is so big, but the actually like the volume people consume is so big as well, but they only look at things very one-dimensionally.
Mm.
So for example, like I when I stay in the shop sometimes, and I will hear people coming in and they will say that, hey, I like drink sake. I like to drink sake, but I only drink Jumai Daginjo because I only think Jumai Daginjo is the best. But for them, is that because they feel like they're already educated because they only drink Jumai Daginjo, they drink a lot of Jumai Daginjo. And they think they are capable of expressing themselves. But our problem is that how to get you to think multidimensionally. That is our goal. And is that in telling them, hey, maybe when you're doing barbecues and you're doing like I like when you're doing barbecues, you might not want to get a Jumai Daginjo to go pairing with it. You might want to have a Jumai Shu, you might want to have a Honjozo. And people might well think that, hey, I feel like a Jumai Shu and a Honjozo is just very cheap and it's not things that I'm looking for luxurious things. But the problem or the way that we tackle this kind of thing is that we tell them that not every sake is at a certain kind of price, and it has the reason, but the taste is the taste. The taste is all kind of tastes are different. So just because you like a certain kind of taste doesn't mean that other tastes are bad as well. So that is something that is management expectations. I would say sometimes is that how you can manage people's expectation in certain ways when you introduce a sake to them, but also help selling the concept of sake itself to people as well. And I think one of the good ways to do it is actually doing more like these kind of like summits or like actual like events, like ceremonies kind of things that you'll have opportunity to explain to people a little bit more in depth about sake and its culture and its chemicals and its logic behind it. Like for example, I would really love to have a conversation, a deep down conversation with just Sakakura and have people listening about and talking about soil problem when they do rice cultivating. Like these kind of things are very much in depth, but also is something that can trigger people's interest to know more about sake in a different kind of way as well.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a really good point with that multidimensionality is like how do you develop? I mean, just as human beings being more multidimensional, right? That's a pretty I'd like to think that's something worth striving for, right?
I always feel like one of the reasons that we are not being multidimensional that all around the world as well is that something is because of the market itself as well. Because the market are tend to go at one style and one style only. But because people are making money as well at the same time. So when you're making money in the same time, you don't tend to try to change that trend a little bit. You just go with the flow a little bit. So like in Hong Kong, people are buying Jumai Daginjo and Jumai Daginjo only, and you're making money. So
Yeah.
in that part, I feel like the industry in Hong Kong also have a certain kind of responsibility to help move things more multi-dimension. That is
Mm.
something that we should work on as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it looks like I think Lorenzo's
Yeah.
has something. Yeah. Jump in there.
Can I jump in? Because
Please
Hugo
do.
is really like my kind of like Asian other side. Because in Italy we have, in Europe we have similar situation where some countries of Europe believe that Jumai Ginjo it's the best and Honjozo it's the worst. But for instance, in Italy we don't have that, and to get that point, it took many years of talking and talking and talking and talking and talking education. And again, there is a situation when people don't actually know what sake is. And Italian people, when they go and buy a Chianti, a Chianti is a Tuscan wine. We have low Chianti quality wise and higher Chianti clarity wise, and depends on price. So if you think Chianti it's the only one thing, if you spend less, you have lower quality. If you spend more, you have higher quality. But with sake, it's not like that, because price doesn't depend on quality only. So Jumai will cost less because it's less difficult to make, or it's less,
Maybe
work.
your raw material
Yeah.
cost might be less or something. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, there is a bit more to tell for justifying a purchase of sake. And that's actually because Hugo actually brought into this discussion some kind of economical situation. That's something that can become a point of sales. I mean, in Italy, we sell more Jumai than Jumai da Ginjo. When in France, they only sell Jumai da Ginjo. They don't sell almost a bottle of Jumai. I'm not sure which of the two is good, but there are two different situations. And probably the taste of it, I mean, the cuisine, the recipes, they would justify Jumai more than Jumai da Ginjo, I believe, because...
Yeah,
But anyway,
absolutely.
sorry for
No,
jumping in.
absolutely. No, not at all. Not at all. I'm glad you did. And I said, and it's a good point, because this idea of communication, I think, is incredibly important, and for lack of a better word, education, that understanding. I mean, we're talking about, the idea of, say like a Jumai Ginjo, and having that be one dimension versus something else. You were talking about, Hugo, we could do seminars on soil, or all these very hyper-specific things which maybe tie into sort of what Monica, what you were mentioning about, doing sessions focusing on limestone and communicating, using sort of comparative language to wine and these other things. And there's different approaches to that sort of multidimensionality. And it's something that I think we're going to have to embrace, but we're also going to have to, I don't want to say contend with, we're going to have to embrace it, because it's in a number of ways, I think, not just the sake industry, but drinks in general are becoming multidimensional in more ways.
Yeah, sorry, because it's very much on my everyday life. So I want to tell what's involving it. So basically, I believe in each country we have a cultural food heritage. So in Italy we eat spaghetti, and in America, I don't know, in Hong Kong, I don't know, but if we manage to connect sake with spaghetti, then sake will become daily, and then the full knowledge of sake will become more daily sake. But if you connect sake with sushi and that's it, then we're going to eat sushi and sake and that's it. So the effort is to connect sake with burger, or with a yakitori, or I don't know, with other things which are local in there. So that's why in Italy we're trying to connect sake with Parmigiano Reggiano cheese, which is going to be the main player of this year Milano Sake Challenge, basically. So there's a lot of effort that we need to bring down to the ground to connect local cheese local, not cheese, local food with
Mm.
with sake to help people to connect their everyday food and drink style to sake, because sake is a stranger yet.
Yeah.
So we need to use that asset, not as an opponent, but as an asset to, as
Yeah.
as an open door to bring it in.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
probably a way to, to talk to Hugo's problems, because he
Yeah.
told the ones that you told before, right? So
Yeah. Right. It's kind of a shared universal concept that we have to all kind of latch onto
yeah,
and get onto, but how that then is implemented and how that looks in different places is going to look very different, right? Depending on those local, right, contexts with food
yeah.
culture and whatnot. I guess I want to make sure we have a little bit of time for Q&A here at the end, but I wanted to just real quick, I guess, before we sign over to that, I wanted to take just a quick moment to sort of look into the future a little bit, because obviously it's, we can't predict what's going to happen, but the reality is, and something I was just sort of laying in bed awake last night sort of thinking about, is that I think that probably for everyone here, the reason that we're here is because we've sort of we've, for lack of a better word, discovered sake, and we've sort of taken it as a given that sake taking off and developing to some sort of mature global market, it's not a matter of, or it's not a question of if, it's more of just a matter of when. When is that going to happen? I think we probably all hope that maybe it would have happened 2 years ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It's obviously growing in popularity, but it's not yet, right? And so while I'm convinced it's still the case and it is going to happen, the fact that we aren't there yet means that sake is going to it's going to come to age in a world that's very different from the one in which a lot of the approaches to education or communication or the values of the industry or the strategies to things like sales and communication and education were established over kind of the last 5-10 years. We were looking at in a world where, okay, how does this compare to wine? How does this compare to beer? How does this look against or rival to or alongside other categories? Whereas now, I think, we're seeing that sake is going to have to find a place in a world where more drinkers are maybe less brand loyal, they're more category agnostic, and they're welcoming of different types of beverages, drinks, adult beverages of all kinds, where the lines are a lot more blurry, right? So where it's, in some cases, it's often even challenging to decipher what that core product actually is. Is it a fermented juice? Is it a tea? Is it a wine? Is it a sake? Is it all these things? Is it a spirit? Is it a spirit with something else? And so we're seeing a lot more competition and things in the market from drinks that are defined more by a message or a set of values or some lifestyle proposition or something, as opposed to maybe something that's rooted in an origin story or a culture, or that feels like it's very tied to something. And I don't have the answer, I don't know what this is, but I'm just sort of curious, what does this mean for sake and sort of how we approach the category today and going forward, knowing that for sake to mature and come of age, it's going to have to do so in a world that's quite different from the one that we've been building under. And I don't know, I'm just sort of throwing this out kind of to everybody. I don't know, how are you thinking about that as you look at, more people opening so many different kinds of beverages and people fleeing from one to the next and all those things?
Maybe I'll just go first.
Yeah, go for it.
I love the idea of having a lot more choices, actually.
Yeah.
Choices are not bad. Like, choices are really good because you let the customers to choose by themselves. They actually think to find something that they really, really like.
Yeah.
I think one of the good points that Lorenzo was talking about is that how you implement something that is pretty much very local and into people's houses, right? I think one of the problems back in Hong Kong is that I was talking about is people treat like alcohol normally as very luxurious things, but in Japan is very, very, very different. Like, you can find sake in each household very easily. They would just go buy a sake and just go for drinking, like when they do like eating stages, such as 1 cup of sake, like those kind of things. Like, these kind of like consumer choices is something that we have to educate in different markets, I think. Like having choices are not bad. Like you'll have liqueur in one side, you'll have spirits in one side. We have like in Hong Kong, we have people making gins, but we don't have people in Hong Kong making crab sake at the moment. There are a lot of different reasons. One of them is investment problem, and the other thing is that you have like rental issues and everything that has come with like laws that comes inside that country as well. But these kind of things are things that we should tackle in the future, is that we have to study why certain products it's pretty much having a market inside a certain places. For example, like in Hong Kong, people like to have cocktails, for example. And when they like to have cocktails, they will need basic liqueurs. So the need is already there. And especially in the last 2 years when the whole world is closed, you will have people that just come up and have their own distilleries that made as well. I think these are opportunities for the whole industry, not just for sake, but like the whole industry, the alcohol beverage industry to actually evolve in the future as well. Like it's really, really good. But in the same times in Japan, I think some of the Japanese sakaguras or like peoples from the sakaguras have to realize that the world is evolving, and the world is evolving very rapidly sometimes. So sometimes when it's evolving very rapidly, you have to catch up, and sometimes catching up is very tired for them. And for me as well, it's the same thing, like catching up is very tired. But in order to know more about your customers and respond to their needs, but also having your roots inside the product that you're producing is very, very important, I think. But the way to how to tell stories is also very important as well for them, not just for them, for us as well. And I think this is the whole industry that needs to work on in the future as well, I think.
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
No.
Beaming in now from Tokyo, everybody. This has been. I feel bad busting in on you guys, and I know there's a ton more that just this one question could cover a lot more territory. But we do have some questions from the chat that I think are perfect for exactly what we've been discussing towards the end of this conversation. And if I can just steer one of these questions towards Lorenzo, and also, well, this is really for everyone, but I would like to start with Lorenzo. There was a question in the chat that asks about food. And you were talking about Parmigiano Reggiano, and the question here is, of course, many Japanese restaurants serve sake, but do you think that restaurants in Italy, the chefs, the owners, are really interested in incorporating sake into their beverage programs to pair with their food? Not just the stereotypical Japanese fare as we were discussing before, but busting out of that world and pairing the food with other types of cuisine. What do you think the reception to that is in Italy, Lorenzo?
Okay. Well, what I'm going to tell, it's not what I think, it's actually what I sell. So it's actually actual fact. We have clients. Let's make 3 cluster of clients. One cluster is the Italian cuisine. I want to be Michelin star. Those clients that I want to be, but I'm not yet, they expand on sake to have that touch to get something more than the normal wine or other beverages. So definitely, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But definitely, Italian cuisine has embraced the sake in menu of drinks and in the kitchen, in making food for the umami sector and other taste reasons. I give you a wide example. I have a client. I go very. I have a very wide pride of this client. because it's a hamburger chain. And you would say, oh, how does sake come along with hamburger? But they have many many hamburger stores, and they have in the menu they have all the hamburgers and a column with wine. This hamburger goes with wine, this wine, and this hamburger goes with this sake. So you can choose whether the wine or the sake. So let's say the hamburger is with cheese and double cheese, and I don't know, very cheesy. And then you get the kimoto like, as a susume, as you say, as a susume
Recommendation.
like recommendation, and then you have the other with the truffle, and then you have maybe a sort of a jukusho or a kosho or something. So a bit more, body and age the sake. So it's, of course, you wouldn't have the Jumaida Ginjo, but again, Japanese people, sorry to be blunt, they think they think Jumaida Ginjo is the best. It's not the best. It's the toughest to make, but sometimes it's not the best. At least in Italian cuisine, in French cuisine. So the more they understand that Jumaida Ginjo, it's not the best, but it's the toughest, the fastest they will get to the European country, because our taste, it's used to wine. Wine has tannins, has body, has structure. So the Jumaida Ginjo is far from that. So we need to have some sake that satisfies the use that we have to our taste, I believe. So sometimes Japanese people, Japanese makers come with Jumaida Ginjo, say, let's see, we have made with superb Jumaida Ginjo. But the thing is, everybody has Jumaida Ginjo. But
right.
what we don't have is the tricky, like the aged in some, some super very sophisticated, some new age, new taste that goes with the Italian taste, like cheese, and we have tomato, we have olives, we have mushrooms.
Sure.
So we have all that stuff. So yeah, the quick answer is yes, definitely. Italian cuisine want to have sake.
Yeah, that's great to hear. That was exactly the answer I was hoping to hear from you. And I think this gives me a chance to talk to Monica as well. A very similar, to branch off from that question, but bringing this message that aruten or other grades of sake are very much worth your time, and breaking people out of those. It's the education that came years and years ago. I think that people were trained to go for the junmai. And what is this kind of taps into a question that we got from Atsuto Nakano on YouTube. And he asks, of course, the education, the marketing are very important, but what do you think is the key? And I think we can kind of bend that question into what I'm asking right now. What is the key to getting people to pay attention to something that doesn't have junmai in the title?
I think that really extolling the art of aruten, I think that there's so much appreciation for the art of blending as it relates to Japanese whiskey. And I think people think about blending. I think it's easy to talk to a chef about it, because it's kind of like putting the seasoning on a dish. You need to, it's not done for financial reasons, which I think if you create a little romance around why this blending is done, and instead of, I think a lot of people kind of introduce aruten apologetically, and I think that junmai translating into pure rice sake inspires these purists who think that pure is better. But I think that I think it's particularly easier to introduce in a wine world, because people are used to cuvées and assemblage and blending in general. But I think our team always just uses the word crushable when we talk about aruten versus junmai. It's straightforward, bright. You can, if you're gonna drink sake all night long, aruten's not gonna weigh down your palate, and you don't need to really overthink the food pairing. And so it's kind of this like porch pounder, like easy day drinking style that our team really happens to love to sell almost too much.
That's a great way to think about it. It's just who are you talking to with these products? Who's your audience? How do you get them to clue in on these things? So yeah, there's a key to the marketing there, Atsuto, and I apologize. We are just sort of running to the end of our time, so I think we can probably do. We have time for one more question. I think one or two more questions. So one other question that came up in the chat from Harold Durop was how do you distinguish your brand? And obviously this one was addressed to Hugo, so I'm throwing this one in your direction. How do you distinguish your brands from the competition that you talked about, and how the market has gotten quite crowded over the last few years in terms of the number of new retailers, distributors, importers? How do you distinguish your brand in the Hong Kong market against the competition? And can you give us any examples of the actual ways that you differentiate it?
Thank you for the questions. I think like distinguishing is the most fundamental part for us to distinguish ourselves from others is that we are English-speaking companies. So if you come to Hong Kong, I think it's really hard to find a place that is so dedicated to sake, but you have English speakers in there talking to you about like sakes and knowledge and everything in English. I think that is one of the plus, and a very big plus that we have from inside like Hong Kong. Most of the competitions that we have, they are pretty much locals, and they speak Cantonese, and they speak Cantonese only sometimes as well, and they don't have people that is inside their shop that can also guide you through with fluent English. I think that is something that we are very successful, and we're blessed to have such a great team that we have a lot of different English speakers inside our shop that can explain things to people. I think one of the things that we also really are successful, or like we can distinguish ourselves, is that we do things quite differently than most of the other competitors. We don't focus on distributions. We do distributions as well, but we don't focus on distributions. We rather focus on how to communicate and work with the Japanese government, with different departments, like the agriculture departments, like the educational departments. Like we work with these peoples, and we do projects for them. Like for examples, we do a World Sake Day online kampai event, which is a very big event that has a support from the Japanese government to do it. So we would like to focus on making events and ceremonies, and that particular categories we can help educate, meet new peoples, introduce sakes to new peoples. I think we have that kind of channels that very specific right now is us that having that channel to do these kind of things in Hong Kong. And I think we're pretty successful at this period of the moment.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. It sounds like you definitely have your way to differentiate yourself to make sure that you stand out from the competition. And good luck to you. Good luck to everyone moving forward in your various markets around the world. Justin, just to kind of wrap this up with you, I'm going to allow you to have the last word here before I break off to our next session. But can you give us a takeaway here? What are you excited about?
So I'm excited for Sake Future Summit 2023. As we sort of talked about at the beginning, we've kind of really just managed to dive into these conversations, and so this has actually been a really fantastic opportunity for me as well, to kind of reconnect with everybody and realize that actually some of the things that we're up against, in our own individual silos here, by dedicating the time to reach out and share amongst ourselves, as well as with our listeners and viewers, and the folks that are actually going out and spending the time and energy and dedicating themselves day to day as part of their daily life to these beautiful beverages that we love. Like just finding ways to further create these opportunities more consistently, and develop those communities and sort of nurture those networks even better. And so I guess, gosh, I have to thank Hugo, Monica, Lorenzo. Thank you so much for making time this morning, evening. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor, and I certainly hope we'll be able to continue this conversation here very soon. And I'll be sticking around for session 2 and day 2.
All right, thanks, Justin. And thank you, everybody else on the panel, for joining us today. And thank you to everybody who's watching out there around the world for your questions that we were able to relay here at the end during the Q&A. Great session hosted by Justin Potts with Monica, also in America. We had Hugo in Hong Kong and Lorenzo in Italy. And we heard from some of the movers and shakers, the really influential people in the industry who are bringing the education to people around the world. We heard straight from them what the challenges have been over the last couple of years and where they think this is going to be bringing us in the future. The exciting thing about this, at least from my perspective, is that all of this education that has helped to solidify the foundation of interest in sake around the world was done to an incredibly competent degree. And what we're talking about now is a situation where it feels like, to me anyway, where there's an opportunity for consumers to start to figure out what the next level is. Where do we go from here? How do you take your appreciation for the beauty that is Eijunmai sake and start searching for new things that you love those aromas, you love the feeling, the mouthfeel of these beautiful drinks. How do you take it in the direction of a honjozo, one of those sessionable drinks that Monica was speaking of, and one that maybe you don't have to worry so much about the pairing opportunities? I think this progression is only possible because of the amazing work that's been done for the last decade and more by some of the very people who were just sitting at that table and who were talking to us for the past hour. So hats off to them, and also hats off to all the people around the world who are watching this. I hope that you'll go out there and find your new love within sake. What's that next brand that's going to excite you for the rest of this month? But don't be afraid to be brand agnostic or category agnostic, as Justin was talking about. Don't be afraid to discover new things. The sake industry is filled with surprises, and there is a lot more in store for you, so much that is coming your way, and it's thanks to people like Monica, Justin, Lorenzo, and Hugo. So next up, we are going to transition to our second session, which is starting shortly. In the meantime, we have a little bit of a video for you to check out. If you need to go and raid the fridge or do something else within the home, this is a good time to do so, but we'll be back shortly. And so thank you very much. Give us about 5 minutes.
海女の仕事はですね、自然相手です。天気が良くても波が高かったり、風が吹いてるとダメですし、当然台風や雨が降ってるとお休みになってしまいます。やっぱ自然相手なので計画通りというか行かないこともあって、たくさん取れる日もありますし、全然ダメな日もあったりします。自分の頑張りとか力だけで思い通りに行くことがなくてですね、よく先輩のアムさんから聞いてびっくりする話があるんですけれども、自分のおじいさんおばあさんの命日になるとすごいアワビが大漁したとかよく頻繁に聞くので、今日はあんたすごい大漁したなって話し合ったりしてると、今日はじいさんの日やって言ったりするので、それ聞くとやっぱり守られてるんだなっていう気がします。だからですね、海やそのご先祖に、それから氏神様とか神様にすごく皆さん信仰が深いというか大事にされていまして、本当にいろんなものに感謝をしながら、海女の仕事っていうのは、不思議ですけど、自然とあとご先祖様と密接につながってるんだなってすごい実感します。
日本の地質はですね、世界的に見て非常に特殊な構造をしています。で、海洋プレートの沈み込む場所、つまり海溝なんですけども、太平洋を乗せているプレートがこういうふうに沈み込むわけです。で、その沈み込む、場所のこちらの大陸側、アジア大陸側なんですが、そういうところでですね、プレートに乗っていた石がちょうど堆積物とか、あるいはハワイのような海山がですね、こうやって沈み込もうとした時に、なかなか沈み込めないもんですから、こちらの大陸の方の、陸側の方に堆積物をくっつけてしまうんですね。それで沈み込んでいくんですけどね、プレート自体は。その時にここに滑り込めない部分の場所が、付加帯といいまして、どんどん地層がくっつけられていくような現象があります。で、その日本列島はそういう付加帯の、世界的模式地と私たち言ってるんですけども、で一方地質が水に与える影響を考えてみますとですね、例えばヨーロッパのパリを中心とした地域の地質は海底に堆積した石灰岩などが広く覆っています。広く広がってるわけですね。してそれがですね、そのまま隆起したような地質になってまして、比較的シンプル単純な地質をしています。で、そういうところをですね、地下水に流れてきて。
Hello, welcome back. Again, we're in the Information Center at the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. This is the second session now of our Sake Future Summit 2022, held, of course, in January 2023. And we're going to continue on the topic of sake and its implications for sales and enjoyment and education around the world. We are, again, bringing together a diversely located and just plain old diverse panel of experts from around the world, people on the inside of the industry who are at the forefront of bringing new palettes and fans to this category. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome my new friend Weston to the show, who is going to be moderating. Weston, how you doing?
Great. How are you, Chris?
I'm very good. What time is it where you are right now?
So it's about 7:30 p.m. our time and on the East Coast.
7:30 p.m. your time, East Coast yesterday, from my perspective. Do you need a weather report? I can tell you what to look forward to if you need.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I can also give you the Wordle answer if you need it as well. So Weston, I'm going to just hand this right over to you so that you can get started so you have plenty of time. Folks in the audience, once again, please don't hesitate to leave questions and comments. We do monitor them, and I will bring them around to the panel at the end of the session so that we can hear from these experts. Without further ado, Weston, I hand it over to you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks so much. And I'd like to extend a warm thank you to Imada-san and our friends at JSS for this incredible opportunity to take part in this year's Sake Future Summit. I saw last year's summit and it was just really a wealth of information, and we're so pleased to be a part of it this year. So my name is, for those of you who don't know me, Weston Konishi. I'm president of the Sake Brewers Association of North America. We're a trade association dedicated to promoting and advocating for the sake industry in North America. That includes the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And we do this through a range of programs and initiatives, such as our American Craft Sake Festival, which we had in Nashville, Asheville, Tennessee, Asheville, North Carolina, last spring, and our Sake Stakeholders Summit, which we held in September in Washington, D.C. That was a gathering of key stakeholders and representatives from across the sake supply chain in North America to discuss the current state of the industry and where we want to take it in 5 to 10 years. It was really a very enlightening program, and many of two of our panelists tonight were at that. So that was a very, very interesting program. And we're also getting more and more into providing training and development for sake brewers here. We'll be embarking on a training program at Gakogura in Niigata Prefecture, scheduled for this coming summer for several of our sake brewers based in North America. So those are just some of the things that we do. If you'd like to learn more about what we're up to and our activities, I encourage our viewers to go to www.sakeassociation.org to learn more about us. We're really interested in talking about today's topic, making sake mainstream in the U.S. market. This is a really important topic that we grapple with pretty much every day in the North American sake world. Sake has, though, made great gains, I think, in the U.S. market. I remember the days when you could pretty much only get mass-produced sakes in certain cities. That's changed a lot. I live in Baltimore, Maryland, and I can just go to the liquor store around the corner from where I live and get a really nice namagenshu these days. And so that just tells you that sake has come quite far over the years. All that said, though, it represents just a fraction of the overall U.S. Alcoholic beverage market. According to some studies, it's just 0.2% of the overall market here. And so I think you can safely say sake is still a niche product of sorts in the U.S. market. There's not enough consumer knowledge and awareness still. And there's not enough, I think, marketing in contrast to other categories. You don't see a whole lot of sake advertising in North America. So that all begs the question, what would bringing sake into the mainstream look like? And to me personally, I'd love to see sake breweries in pretty much every state across the country, and at least several in some of the major cities. I'd love to see it on the shelves of pretty much all the good liquor stores and restaurants across the country, not just in Japanese restaurants and in major metropolises, but really in other parts of the country as well. And I'd love to see more consumers with a better sense of what they really like about sake and about and their sort of proclivities for and particular tastes in sakes that they gravitate more toward, and to have, I think, a better sense of what they like in sake, especially in pairing with foods, not just Japanese cuisine. So what do we need to do to break through to the next level? I think there's a lot of questions, a lot of answers to that question. I'll just throw out a few for consideration. I think, obviously we need, I think, a broader consumer base across the country. Looser restrictions on selling sake across state lines and in local markets would be very helpful, and we are working on that at the association. We need to continue to grow the number of craft sake breweries across the country. I think can lead to more access to high quality sake at the local level, and I think that as consumers in these local areas become more exposed to sake in their neighborhoods and their communities, their awareness and knowledge of sake will in turn increase. And I think so there's a lot of opportunity there, I see. We also need more effective marketing approaches that I think appeal to a younger generation of consumers. Something that really targets their tastes, their preferences, and in many ways even their values. So these are just, I think, some of a handful of things that I think could bring sake more into the mainstream market. So in that light, I'm very pleased and happy to have 3 of our association members here tonight to share their thoughts and insights and perspectives on this topic. We have Matt Bell, who's CEO and president of Origami Sake in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That's a brewery that's still in development and going to be opening up soon, so it's very exciting. Nina Murphy, who's owner of Sunflower Sake, a sake shop in Portland, Oregon, where she's doing a number of really cool and innovative programs to introduce sake to American consumers. And then finally, we have Pablo Rivera, co-founder of We Sake, a new sake brand based in New York City. They brew their sake in Japan and can it and sell it in the U.S. market. So with that, let's turn over to Matt Bell. Matt, you come from a successful business background, largely in green energy contracting and construction. So I'd like to ask you what first got you into sake, and what made you invest in opening a sake brewery in Hot Springs, Arkansas?
Yeah, short of being crazy, it was the introduction from Ben Bell, and I'm an Arkansas native. I was born and raised in Arkansas. I went to the University of Arkansas, and by happenstance, I met Ben, who is no relation to me, at a gathering, and he had just gotten back from Japan, and he had spent 2 years at Nambu Bijan, and he told me that we had some mutual friends that had a brewery here in Arkansas, a very successful craft brewery. And he said, I'm going to start a sake brewery here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, taking advantage of the inherent values of Arkansas, which is we grow 48% of the rice in the U.S., and Hot Springs is renowned for the water. And his term to me was, there's no reason Arkansas shouldn't be the Napa Valley of sake. And that just clicked with me back in 2016, honestly. And I never forgot it. And my business, I've had several businesses. I'm a serial entrepreneur. And about a year ago, I knew I was going to sell the business I was in, the solar development business. And this was the only business that came to mind that I thought had brought a lot of inherent values or inherent benefits of the state of Arkansas that we could bring to the nation and potentially internationally.
That's great. What can you elaborate a little bit more about what those inherent benefits are?
Sure. As I mentioned, we have Arkansas as a state. The disadvantages are we are a very rural community and our state. We have about 3 million people as far as our population goes, which creates a lot of challenges from a business perspective. With only 3 million people in the state, opening a tap room for a sake tap room is probably not a very smart business plan, right? So we had to look at this from a different perspective. And from our business planning, we looked at doing this very large from the start. So our capacity at our brewery is about 800,000 liters annually. And therefore we plan on distributing throughout, nationwide fairly quickly. By being in the state of Arkansas, 48% of the rice is grown here. Our water resources are abundant and they're ideal for sake. The city where our brewery is located is Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's a national park with some of the most pristine water in the world. One of the best international brands is called Mountain Valley Water, and they're using water from the same aquifer we're sourcing our water from. It's a 152-year-old company that sells premium water throughout the world. With those combination of those two things, obviously that's the two key ingredients in making sake, and then obviously great staff and good branding. So,
right. And you also happen to be within shooting distance of Oregon, of our friends, the rice producers in Arkansas.
Yes,
as well.
Isbell Farms. So so Isbell Farms, who many people on this in this summit would probably be aware of, they're about 70 miles from our location, from the farm to our brewery, which is very fortunate. They have been growing Sakamai for decades, and actually just a couple of days ago they won Arkansas Farm Family of the Year. No, I'm sorry, they've already won that. They won. Chris Isbell was inducted into the Arkansas Agriculture Hall of Fame.
That's great. Well, it's well deserved for sure.
Great family, good people.
Right. So you have all this business experience, and it's just striking to me that having on the business savvy, you looked at the sake industry and you said, "Oh, this." I mean, I have to assume that you thought there's a lot of a promise in that. I'd love to get your take on what you see are the sort of from a business perspective. What are the opportunities with the sake industry, and what do you see are sort of the main challenges, and particularly as it pertains to our theme tonight?
Sure. I'm probably the least experienced person in this business from a sake perspective. And my perception, I was very pleased to see the report, the study that you all commissioned at SBA&A about the market research. It really validated a lot of the same thoughts that I had about the market. When I was introduced to premium craft sake, it was absolutely a different beverage than I thought of growing up here in Arkansas, and really 98% of Americans. And we were introduced to sake back during the sushi craze and decades ago. And what was sent to the US was mass-produced sake. And you hear of people, when you talk about sake, it's only warm, and a sake bomb would come out. They're just unaware in general of the potential of sake, right? And so it's changing that perception. It's a heavier lift for us, but I think it's important for I think that the perception of sake, just having that experience again, one of your oldest memories is taste and smell. And it's really hard to get somebody back when they try something they did not like the taste of or the smell of, right? To try that again. So it's really a reintroduction of sake is what we feel like it needs to happen. So we're focused on, American palates, very diverse styles. And like you said, our marketing and the breakdown of how we're going to market is more accessibility. The terminology, which I've recently learned over the past couple of years, most Americans are not aware of. A nagori, for instance, or a junmai, or junmai ginjo, or junmai daiginjo, those are insider terms, and they're a barrier for people that are going to shop at a retailer, or they're intimidated on a wine list, right? So we're trying to simplify that and make it more accessible, similar to branding of wines, and that's kind of our approach.
Right. That's great. And I know that you're not yet producing, and hopefully that'll be coming out soon. But do you have a sense yet of just within Arkansas of what where people are in terms of the familiarity with sake? Do you see pockets of real understanding of sake, or is it still there's still quite a steep learning curve?
There are pockets of it, but we have had a couple of test batches that we've put out and had people sample, right? And everyone, without exception, is absolutely blown away. And the first thing they say, and this is something that you wouldn't necessarily see in a major market like New York or Los Angeles. There's more experienced palates, but here in the South and the rural states throughout America, just trying to craft sake is probably their first experience they've ever had with it, and they would not know that was sake. And everyone is pleasantly surprised, and to the degree that our distributor here in the state, they had 40 salespeople, and they were all not very excited about picking up a sake line until they tried it. And they said, this is just nothing like we thought it was. And that's really what we're hearing throughout the state. Right. And I think that's true throughout many parts of America.
Right. That's really great. And I will note that we're really happy to have quite a few now new sake breweries sprouting up across the South. So it's really great to see, sake breweries in Nashville and Tennessee and Lexington, Kentucky, and there's going to be some coming up in Florida. So it's really a really dynamic region as a whole for sake, it looks like. So that's really great. Thank you, Matt. Let's maybe shift gears over to Nina at this point. Nina, tell us about how you got into sake and some of your plans for sunflower sake.
Thanks, Weston. Thanks also to the JSS and the Sake on Air for the invitation to participate today. It's always fun to talk about my sake origin story and to chime in on these subjects. So the complicated version of that story is that from a very young age, I was drawn to Japanese popular culture, like so many Americans. I grew up watching anime, playing video games. And when I was 21, my preferred beer brand was probably Kirin Ichiban because I thought the label was cool. I thought it was cool to drink Japanese beer. At that time, like so many of us, I tried some sake. I think it was probably like a California-made, mass-produced brand, and I thought it was pretty forgettable. So I stuck with beer and cocktails for a very long time. And then I ended up getting into sake initially through food. In my mid-20s, my husband and I loved cooking, and we bought a Japanese grill and we hosted parties and enjoyed a lot of sake in the backyard. But even at the time, $35 for a bottle of sake was a stretch. We were lucky to have a Japanese grocery store down the street, so we could pick things at random and hope that they were good. And but I think relatively early in my life as a result, compared to most consumers, so my mid-20s, I was exposed to good sake, and it was about that point that I learned that I really liked it. And I remember a few bottles from that time that completely shifted my perspective. So the idea was plugged in the back of my head at that point that sake could be this quality thing, but in California, that's probably an awareness that people had earlier than in other places. Many years later, I moved to Oregon. I got into the wine industry. I fell in love with wine, and I explored all corners of the industry. I worked as a harvest hand, as a viticultural intern, as a steward in tasting rooms. And I even visited Katsunuma, Yamanashi in 2020, which is a Japanese wine country. And I was completely blown away by the quality of the wine there, but also of the sake. So my career kind of culminated in wine when I was working for a wine distributor. And I was sort of coming face to face with a lot of challenges in the wine industry at the time. And this was in a period, of course, in the pandemic, which brought out kind of the worst and the best sides of the industry. It was during the wine tariffs that we were experiencing here in the US, which was crushing to the hospitality industry at the time. At this time, also, the wine industry was undergoing the Me Too movement, which was calling out some of the largest organizations and figures in the wine world. Some of the most influential wine organizations in the US came under fire. And it was necessary. It needed to happen. So it was in this context that I rethought my career and I was deciding whether I wanted to continue in wine or whether I wanted to pursue my second love, which was sake and had been sake for a really long time. And for me, it was a really obvious choice to make because I felt that sake was a product that had incredible potential, completely unrealized potential. And it was a bright green and wide open pasture. You know, it's unlike wine, which is, you know, at this point somewhat saturated. There's a lot of rules around wine. There's a lot of pretension and, you know, access issues. And now there's all these social issues that were coming up around wine. Sake was sort of this place where I could engage freely and create my own rules and potentially even create our own American culture, and especially being exposed to Den sake a couple years earlier. And Den is a sake brewer located in Oakland, California, and trying his sake and being super impressed by it. I thought that just growth was inevitable and I wanted to be a part of it. You know, anyone can say if you find this really, really special thing that's undiscovered or relatively undiscovered, you know, you think like, oh my God, like I need to share this with everybody, or there's such a great opportunity here to make a career for myself. And that's really what happened. So when I decided to open up Sunflower Sake, it was as much about a passion for sake as it was a business opportunity. You know, there was a practical reason why I decided to go into sake and decided to open up Sunflower Sake. I felt like there was an opportunity there to do my own thing and to not have the competition that I saw in the wine world. And so that's why I got this going, and it's been extremely well received. I'm lucky here to be in a city that already has a thriving sake culture. We have a sake brewery that's been here for over 20 years, Sake One. It's located about 45 minutes outside of town. We have some extremely highly regarded sake professionals in Portland, Oregon. Marcus Pekizer is a sake samurai who has been working here for a very long time. And the overall market, like product awareness, is relatively high in the Pacific Northwest, where I have consumers coming in who maybe know that basic terminology. They know the word junmai, they know junmai ginjo, or they come in saying, I like sake, I just don't know what I like. So I see myself and I see Portland, Oregon as being an example of what any city that's getting its sake brewery, its first sake brewery, could look like in 5 years. You know, where the level of awareness and comprehension has reached a tipping point where people know they like it. They're just looking for an opportunity to dive deeper and learn more. Because after 20 years of drinking the local brand, people are really curious to learn more, and they're curious to engage with more Japanese brands, and they're curious to experiment more with serveware and with food and with pairings and do all that at home.
Yeah, and from my conversations with you, it seems like you've, and just looking at what you're doing on Instagram and on your social media platforms, like you're doing a lot of really innovative things to try to sort of really push that along, right? That you know, people's discovery of sake and deepening knowledge of it, and sort of, you know, trying to maximize its potential, especially in pairing with foods. Can you tell us a little bit more of some of your more recent projects in that regard?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've done a couple of different things. I think one of the core issues for consumers who are curious and want to learn more is just a lack of access to education. There's some resources online and there are some books, but the overall number and quality are still a work in progress. So for me, starting with a financially accessible bi-weekly class that people can come in, pay $15, taste a range of high quality sake, and sit down for an hour and learn about an interesting subject, that is the cornerstone of my educational outreach. And, you know, people can come in any time of the week and have a conversation with me about sake and get a flight and have the opportunity to learn something. But for those who want to dive deeper and want to really get to know the product more closely, these bi-weekly classes are an opportunity to do that. And because it's a low barrier to entry, you can flow in and out of them as you see fit. And I see a lot of industry people coming into these classes, and I offer a flat discount to all industry members to try and encourage their participation. Because as much as I want to educate consumers, trends really only catch on when industry members take an interest in them. If for every sommelier who gets excited about sake, that will be their entire audience then will get excited about sake, because they'll start to utilize sake in their tasting menus. Or for every wine buyer who decides to carry some sake in their shop, they are then going to evangelize to their audience. So for me, it's really about making these classes and lessons especially accessible and especially interesting to industry. And for that reason, they aren't necessarily like Sake 101 classes. I'm diving into more complicated subjects bi-weekly that I think would be interesting and engaging for an industry professional who has a background in wine or in beer. The other things that I'm doing are I am partnering with some sommeliers and chefs and beverage professionals in the area to move the conversation forward with respect to sake pairing, to start making more resources available online that others can turn to if they want to Google, how to pair sake with mole. Or, in my case, one of the first classes I did was how to pair, experimenting with pairing sake with Russian American food, because that's my personal cultural heritage. Just making those resources available in English and putting them on the internet so that they can be found is something that will be of value perhaps to someone in another state, a year from now. As long as those resources exist, people can find them. But if they don't exist, then everyone thinks that they're starting from square one. I'm also hosting a festival later on this month, which is bringing in it's not just a sake festival. It's also a sort of festival that celebrates all of these other communities that are related to and kind of on the periphery of sake's culture. So, that could involve like tea, that could involve food, of course, like different types of like Japanese cuisine, fermentation, and also love for the outdoors. I think that sake has a natural affinity for the outdoors because of its inherent seasonality, the seasonality of sake releases, and Portland's own love for the outdoors. So it's sort of a natural fit for us here too. So those are a couple of different programs that I'm leaning into to try and make sake more accessible and exciting and interesting to our local consumers and to our industry members.
Great. I kind of wish I lived on the West Coast so that I could take advantage of some of those. Those sound great. You were a participant in our Sake Stakeholders Summit in September in Washington, and I thought you raised some really interesting points based on your experience working in the wine distribution arena. And I was wondering if you had any, if you could share with our viewers tonight about some of the sort of observations you had taken from the wine industry, and what you see are the sort of do's and don'ts for the sake industry based on your experience in the wine world. So if you could share a few of those thoughts, that'd be great.
Definitely. Yeah. So coming from the wine industry before this, I mean, it's not a mistake, or it's not by accident that I'm no longer in the wine industry and I decided to move into the sake industry. And for me, it's because there's so much opportunity here, but also because there's so much room to create something new. And so for me, one of the big lessons is, well, I guess if we look at the wine industry right now, it's pretty fractured. Wine in general is in decline. So mass market wine is in pretty significant decline year to year, and it has been for a little while now. So it's kind of like how mass market sake has been in decline year to year. It kind of mirrors that same sort of decline of volume produced beverages and the rise of craft beverages. So just like how premium sake has been rising, premium wine has been rising. And there's a particular subculture of wine or subset of wine that has been experiencing explosive growth. And for me personally at Sunflower Sake, it's an audience that I'm especially focused on because I think that there is a very natural fluid transition between this subcategory of wine and sake, and that's natural wine. So I came from, when I was in my wine career, I was at the end of it focusing primarily on selling natural wine to our local audience. And that's my community, you know, and those are my friends, and those are the people who are kind of more at the forefront of wine culture and creation in the US right now. So whether you like it or not, you know, like some people find it very divisive, but natural wine is what's popular and cool and interesting right now, primarily in big cities, but it's become mainstream enough that you can find natural wine bars throughout the US at this point, and you can find a glass of natural wine in every state in the US. So you can pretty much say that natural wine at this point has reached a point where it's starting to like almost crest, you know. So it so happens then that, to me, I think that sake is such a perfect product to introduce to this same market. These are people who want an authentic story. They want an authentic product. They want traditional manufacturing methods. They want something that's environmentally friendly. They want something with a story. And a lot of the flavors are also, they align perfectly with the tastes of the typical natural wine consumer, especially stuff like boraimoto or kimoto or namazake. So in my opinion, if you get a glass of sake in front of this consumer, it's going to click immediately. They're going to understand it. They're going to like it. They're going to be compelled by it, and they're going to want to learn more. So when I look at wine for lessons, like I said, I'm looking specifically at the areas of wine that are experiencing growth and doing well. And I'm trying to see where sake could slot into that. And there's a couple of businesses, there's a couple of restaurants and bars in the US that serve as like kind of a testing grounds for this idea. One of them is Malay in San Francisco, or Day Trip in Oakland. They're both highly regarded, you know, businesses in their respective fields. But for each of them, they've managed to hybridize wine and sake on their menu in a way that is completely compelling and feels totally natural. And if you go into these places, you'll get a flight that might have a mixture of wine and sake in it, and it feels like it makes complete and total sense. And I think that every major city in the US, every like place where it's cool to get a drink in the US, has the potential to be a natural progression. So for each of those places, and to get sake on the list of each of these cool restaurants throughout the US. So I try to look at these areas of success where this has been tested and where it's working as a benchmark for where sake has a potential to go, and which styles I want to focus on in my shop. And for me, which styles I believe have had the most traction with the same audience, which are usually the more interesting styles, like I said, like, or, you know, the more complex styles, I guess, the kimotos and the boraimotos and so on. So that's one point. And then the other point that I take away from wine is successful marketing. You know, so wine has been stuck in the past in terms of its marketing approach. You know, in the 90s, there was a marketing approach that the wine industry adopted, which was based on like Robert Parker points, 100-point system, big rich reds, really like, you know, big flowery language around describing the wines, high alcohol, tons of flavor. And a lot of the wine industry is still using this terminology and this marketing approach. And they've completely lost touch with their changing audience. So it's the segments of the industry that are doing well, that have learned that their audience has changed and are starting to market towards that audience with these messages of authenticity and sustainability. And so I think that if sake wants to market effectively, that we should take an example from this broadly wine's failure to market to the current audience, and use our strengths to market to this more modern audience.
Really, really interesting. you know, in a lot of ways, I feel like Pablo, you're sort of taking some of those lessons, be they instinctively or not, and applying them, I think, to your product. It was really exciting to see your launch of We Sake. As I said before, it's brewed in Japan and it's canned, and then you're selling it here in the U.S. market. I guess you're based in New York City, and I'd love to hear about your story, how you got into sake, and what made you launch We Sake.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. Thanks for the intro. Hello, everyone. Very excited to join and tell a bit more about our story and our brand goals. I like to tell my story as a bit of two sides, which one is passion for sake, and the other is finding a market opportunity. So I spent 6 years doing venture capital for Anheuser-Busch InBev, based in New York City. During this time, I had the opportunity to work with many different beverage brands, and some that were at very different growth stages. I believe that this allowed me to gain a lot of insight into the beverage business and some of the biggest consumer trends in the US. And then at the same time in New York, I had a lot of exposure to the booming Japanese cuisine trend and sake as a result, of course. But mainly realized that sake usually in this setting tends to be perceived as formal, distant, and maybe somehow intimidating if you don't know too much about the category. But I was lucky enough to make a trip to Japan in 2017. I had the opportunity to see sake in a new way, and a beverage that usually it's not only made for sushi restaurants, like it's mostly perceived in the US, but something that can be enjoyed with friends, family, and casually over any social occasion. I especially had some great sake drinking experiences doing bar hopping in Shinjuku, which was very fun. And this kind of made me realize that sake could be an experience on its own, that it didn't necessarily have to be paired with food, but it was something that could be enjoyed pretty much in any setting and in a fun setting overall. So after this trip, I started to get very passionate about sake. I became the person who always brought it to any social gathering in New York City. One of the things that struck me right away was that I was bringing this sake into all social settings. I realized that people really enjoyed it when I gave it out, but they all told me that they didn't know anything about it or kind of felt intimidated by it. So with this, I kind of developed 3 questions that kind of led me into creating this brand. These 3 questions are made for non-sake connoisseurs, so the general population, and don't apply to people who already know about sake, but this was the experience that I was having in my social setting. So the 3 questions go like this. So number 1, I always ask, have you heard about sake? And the answer is always yes, which I believe talks to the massive awareness of the category in the US. Then I ask, have you had it and liked it? And the answer is almost always yes, which talks about sake's amazing drinkability. But then I go and ask, hey, can you tell me a style, grade, category, or can you name a brand? And I always get a no, right? So people, I think, that are a little bit still not too much aware of what's going on in the category. And I think that this talks to the brand affinity gap that happens in the US market. So with this in mind, I developed We Sake with the sole goal of making sake easy, approachable, and something that could be enjoyed anywhere and anytime. We decided to go do a Junmai Genjo brew in a canned format with approachability in mind, as I believe that the brew is very easy to enjoy by complete beginners for the category, but also enjoyable for seasoned sake drinkers. And also the canned format, which was like our first introduction, we believe that it makes sake a little bit less intimidating to approach because of the design and the small format. Also think that the small format allows consumers to go give sake a try without needing to commit to a full bottle. So making sake a little bit more accessible and approachable as well. So overall, what we're trying to do with We Sake is kind of reduce the barrier of taste through marketing and branding so that more people are willing to discover the greatness of sake. We kind of think it without, we want to get people to try sake and enjoy it without having to spend too much time learning about it before being able to enjoy it. So we kind of want to be that entry point where people try sake and then they love it, and then they go and learn more about it.
Right. That's great. And you actually co-founded We Sake with kind of a mega influencer, Brooklyn Beckham. Can you tell us what he brings to the table in your venture here?
Yeah, absolutely. And that has been very fun in the last couple of months. So I met Brooklyn over the summer, and we connected right away. We shared a lot of the same passions. We had a couple of nights out in LA and New York City. We had a couple of really good sushi dinners as well. And we discovered that we had a shared passion for sake as a drink, and how much we liked it. But also we spoke about the category, the massive awareness that it has, but the low brand affinity. So he was one of the persons that I asked a few questions to, and he was like, yeah, I love sake, I love drinking it, but I cannot tell you anything about it yet. So we started kind of with that same passion, and knowing that there's a gap in the market, and that we want to bring sake to a big new set of consumers. Brooklyn already had this huge passion for Japanese culture, thanks to a couple of treks to Japan with his dad. And also he's really good friends with Chef Nobu Matsuhisa, who has taught him how to do Japanese cuisine, and teaching a lot about sake as well. So he had the same passion as I do, and he thinks that he can bring it to a new set of people. I believe that Brooklyn brings a lot to the table thanks to his network and platform. So he has a massive audience of about 50 million followers, and through this audience and channel, we're able to showcase sake to a lot of people now. And so far, I think we're excited to see that we already have about 4 million views on our branded videos. We actually developed an intro to sake series in partnership with Sake School of America, who's also a member of the Sake Brewers Association. And that our intro to sake video has already been seen about 1.7 million times in just a couple of weeks. So I do believe that he brings, this part where we can put sake in front of so many more consumers. Also, thanks to Brooklyn, we're able to get some mass media outlets talking about sake, such as Forbes, Rolling Stones, and Interview Magazine. So I think this is a great opportunity, of course, for our brand, but overall for the sake category, because we're trying to get more people talking about it. So yeah, super excited to have him on board, and help us raise overall awareness to the category, and supporting our vision of making sake a part of everyday life.
That's great. It's a really interesting model too, because we sometimes think it'd be great to have sort of brand ambassadors out there promoting sake. And at least in my experience, I haven't seen too many people of the sort of celebrity or sort of quasi-celebrity status taking on that role. And you've actually managed to sort of incorporate such a person into your leadership. I'm wondering, if Matt or Nina have any reactions to that. Whether you think that's something that's replicable, or something that other sake producers and brands should emulate, or what do you make of that?
I'll just say I think it's brilliant, and I really do. I'm one of those 1.7 million viewers. I love the introduction from We Sake. It was great.
Thank you.
We need more of that. The problem is, as you know, Wes, is that from a craft brewery standpoint, budgets are definitely a concern, and for us to go out and get a celebrity endorsement would be cost prohibitive for most startups. And back to the point that we talked about at that summit was, a way that we as a association can band together and lift the entire category, not just an individual brand. I think there's value in that from an endorsement that would align with the values of sake for America, right? And so I hope to see more of that, and I hope to see that we're excited about what We Sake is doing, and I think in general it lifts all boats, right? So rising tide is great.
Right.
And we hope to contribute in the way we can as well. So
Absolutely. Nina, any reaction to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that most marketing initiatives these days involve influencers at each level. So usually there's a certain number of people that you target that have, between like 1,000 and 10,000 followers. You're looking for some that are at higher tiers of audience. And just like with any beverage category too, there's going to be different tiers of like not quality, but like price point, and level of like geekiness and involvement and nerdiness, and each of them is going to have an audience that is appropriate for them, and each of them is going to have a subset of influencers or celebrities or whoever that's appropriate to reach that audience. So while like if you're planning on launching a brand that's going to be like you're seeking wide acceptance in the market and you're seeking like a brand new audience, then partnering with a celebrity such as Brooklyn is awesome. And like Matt pointed out, rising tide absolutely raises all boats. Additional awareness and excitement and conversation around this category is good for us all. Sake on the whole is something that's widely recognized by consumers throughout the US. Like you pointed out, both Matt and Pablo, like everyone knows the word sake in the US. So we're not reaching to a point for people to become aware of what sake is. We're trying to redefine it within our respective categories. We're trying to recontextualize it as something that's quality. And that's been done before by rosé, by tequila, by mezcal, by beer, coffee. Like this isn't the first time a category has been associated with, low quality or not being tasty or being poorly understood and trying to be recontextualized as something that's high quality. So I appreciate that someone has the resources to be able to attack that larger chunk, because that's definitely something I wouldn't be able to do. But if it was me who's trying to like attack my own little corner of the market with, these like niche imports that I have behind me that I have to hand sell, but I'm excited to hand sell, I'm going to look to, local sommeliers, local restaurateurs, these other figures, like people who are popular, like hot distributors and importers in the US, like Zevrovine and Skurnik, who are working with sake and like making it cool and getting it in front of the cool and really influential buyers and sommeliers in America. Those are the outlets that are tangible and understandable for me and accessible for me. And so that's for me what I would be looking at. But it takes every level, it takes influencing every level for the whole thing to work.
Absolutely. I earlier when I was talking about what going mainstream or making sake more mainstream would look to me, these are very personal sort of my own sort of take on that. And I wonder if you all have different ideas of what that looks like. I'd be interested to hear from each of you what you think when we talk about making sake mainstream or more mainstream. What does that really constitute? I can imagine that for different people that means different things. I think Matt, earlier when we had our kind of practice session, you said you'd love to see the market share grow from where it is 0.2% to something more like 2%. I think that's a really reasonable goal. Do you want to talk more
Sure.
about?
Sure. I think we in this industry understand how undervalued sake is as a beverage, right? And Americans typically consider drinking sake as an experience that they enjoy at a sushi restaurant. And just changing that, you go from 0.2% to 2%, that's a tenfold increase. But what percentage of sushi restaurants are American restaurants, right? It's probably less than that, right? So just getting outside that market share to any restaurant that serves wine by the glass, and introducing that and having to educate, you do have to educate, right? You have to educate how to pair it, and what it pairs well and what styles go with what. But that's fairly easy with sophisticated sommeliers, right? They understand it once they taste it. And that's really where a lot of our focus is going to be, right? It's just expanding the on-premise sales outside of typical Asian cuisine.
Right. Pablo, what are your thoughts on
Yeah.
this?
No, I think the same. I bring it down to, what it looks for me, and it's a little bit of our goals as well, is for me and being based in New York, I love drinking sake, and you can only drink sake in the Japanese places, right? Or, there's some amazing sake bars in the city as well. But for me, it looks like having sake on the menu, right? On a lot of the places that I like to go. And New York has a massive offer of bars and restaurants. And I want to see sake as an option there, and that's what we're working towards, right? We've been lucky to get it into some spot that are not Asian related whatsoever, and they're more like social gathering places. And that's what I want to see, right? I want to see sake as an option in more places that are not only necessary Japanese cuisine. And I think it fits so well, every time, and I think Matt and Nina were saying it as well. Every time you get someone to try good and premium high quality sake, the reactions are amazing. Like everyone is like, oh my God, I can't believe that I'm not drinking this more. Like it's so easy to drink, so enjoyable. I think that as Matt was saying, a lot of people are sticking to the idea of warm sake at a hibachi place, maybe. Like that was the first introduction to sake. But when they try a really good brew, they're like, oh my God, this is so good. So that's what I want to see. That's what we're working towards, and trying to get, again, as I mentioned, reduce the barrier of taste, get more people to consider sake as an option, because we know that once they try it, they're gonna like it, and we'll definitely be able to integrate it into the lifestyle, and overall making sure that sake is an option for consumers. And, that's the way that we see it.
Just beaming in from Tokyo real quick, just to make sure that we get a couple of questions in here. Sorry to barge in on your conversation. I like where this is going, and if I may be so bold, Weston, as to impart a question here for Pablo was just speaking before, so I'm going to stick with him. There's a question on YouTube from Harold DeRop asking where the canning of your products takes place. Is it in the US or is it in Japan?
Yes, so we had a couple of options, right, when we were developing our product. One was canning in Japan or in the US. What we realized through our consumer testing and while we were developing the product is that the only option that we had for cans in Japan were the ones where the whole lid comes up, which we like as a format for serving and sharing. But when we tested out as a ready to drink kind of beverage, a lot of consumers didn't like the experience of pulling the whole thing. So we decided to find a way to get a can that resembles maybe a beer can where the lid stays on, so that people can drink it right out of the can. Especially thinking on summer settings and more, that you can take it, focusing on portability, that you can just open and drink it there. So we import our sake from Japan, from Kobe, and then we can it in California for that reason, so that we can use that type of can.
Understood. And this is a follow-up question from the same viewer. They're wondering if you have any plans, or would it be possible to can product that is Nihonshu sake that is produced in the United States, since you're canning in the States?
Yes. The reason that we were sticking to Japan right now, it's just how we wanted to communicate our brand at the beginning. As I mentioned, I think that a lot of consumers believe that sake should only be brewed in Japan, which is completely mistaken. And as Matt is saying, and working with Origami, there's an amazing amount of craft brewers in the US that make some amazing brews. But for us, from the approachability standpoint and making communication easier, we thought that to start, it was easier to communicate that it was a product brewed in Japan. But we're not close to the idea to bring in the US whatsoever. I think that, there's amazing brewers, and it's definitely an option for us.
Fantastic.
There's actually several of our brewers that produce canned products here in the States. Sawtell in LA comes to mind, Wetland Sake in New Orleans. I believe Farthest Star Sake in Massachusetts makes a canned product. So it's definitely out there, and I encourage the viewers to check them out.
Yeah.
All great recommendations. Over to Origami Sake for a moment. We have a comment, a recommendation. I guess this can lead to a question. The comment or the advice also from Harold on YouTube is to turn what you are creating into some form of a destination location, whether that involves a restaurant or maybe it even has a glamping opportunity or some sort of hotel connection. Is anything like that in the works?
Yes and no. I can tell you that we have a tasting room, and it is primarily for education purposes, to educate industry professionals. We don't have necessarily a bar there or food at this location. It is a industrial manufacturing facility. It's an old FDA approved facility. It's 25,000 square feet, fairly large, and it's really not convenient to foot traffic. That being said, Hot Springs is a tourist destination. The city in itself is, and it's the oldest national park, city national park in the U.S. Has great, hot springs tourism, spas, fabulous hotels, a casino, and a horse track. So around that, we are going to start planning different events throughout the year that pair with local restaurants. Likely we'll have a tasting room in the Central Business District, which is downtown in Hot Springs. That's more convenient for people to come and visit. And then annual events around, Arkansas Derby. It's one of the highest purses in American horse racing. I think it might be the largest purse right now. So a lot of different things that can happen around that. We're excited about.
Can't wait to see how that all comes together. Fantastic. With a final, maybe a last question that I'd like to bend in Nina's direction, and maybe Weston, you can chime in on this as well and lead us out of the session. How, and I think this is a question that many people that are either in the industry or adjacent to the industry are curious about, but how do you explain what is a quote unquote good sake to people? Because you're dealing with customers all the time, I'm very interested to hear your take on this. And again, Weston, feel free to chime in as well. But Nina, what's your general avenue on this question?
Well, my answer is probably going to be just a non-answer, and it'll be frustrating. And my answer is that it's totally subjective. It's just like with wine. It's going to be different for each person. It's going to be different depending on the day, depending on the mood, depending on the environment. And I think that tastes evolve a lot. When I first started drinking sake, for me, the only thing that I thought was good was, a namazake from Japan. And so now I think that a whole wide range of sake are good, and it depends on my mood on that given day. So I think that you need to define good for yourself. And that requires tasting and experimenting and being open-hearted and engaging with a product on a regular basis with an open mind. So only you can define good for yourself.
Very fair. Very fair. Weston?
I mean, I would define good sake as anything that doesn't give you a bad headache. And beyond that, I mean, I think one of the beauties of sake, and something that we all know, those of us that love it, is that there's such a variety to it. I mean, there really is. It's great that you have light-bodied sakes and heavy-bodied sakes and dry sakes and sweet sakes, and in the States we see quite a few flavored sakes. There's a sake, I tell people, for everyone. A sake for every type of person, I think. And if there's a sake for everyone if they give it a try. And so that to me is what I think is one of the great attributes of sake. And I think that's the sort of fun and the excitement and the potential of sake moving forward, is that we have this incredible sort of range of products to introduce to American consumers. And I'll say that, like, when they can test all of these things, and they can figure out which are the ones that they most like and they most gravitate toward. That's a really exciting thing. And it's really great to see when we had our American Craft Sake Festival, for instance, at Ben's American Sake in Asheville. We had kind of our first kind of People's Choice Sake competition, and the two co-winners were Islander Sake from Hawaii, which makes a very classic style Japanese sake, and the Void Sake from Lexington, Kentucky, which makes really fun flavored sakes. And I think that speaks to the incredible range of sake again, and it's great that people can choose where in that spectrum they want to try sakes and really invest in them. So that's to me a very exciting thing.
It is. We're just getting started. It feels like there's so much more in store. And thank you everybody on this show right now for everything that you're doing in your own way, in your own niche of the market, to wake people up to the beauty in this category and to create more joy for everyone, whether it's sitting on the porch drinking sake in the afternoon, taking a hike with cans of sake in their rucksack, or pairing with any type of cuisine from around the world. And I think that's something that we're just getting started with. So thank you, everybody. And for now, it's goodbye. But I think Weston, if you have any final comments, I'd love to let you sign it off, and then I'll transition to the next video.
Thanks, Chris. No, nothing beyond what we've already talked about. Just a big thank you to you and to JSS and to our panelists here tonight. This is really a great opportunity to showcase North American sake and with a broad audience, and it's just super exciting. And this is just a great program. So thank you so much.
No,
thank you, Wes. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you, Pablo.
Thank you, everyone.
Weston.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna move on pretty quickly to our next session. Don't go away, but we are gonna take a short break. At 40 minutes past the hour, we're gonna move into a totally different avenue. We're taking on a new topic here. It's very exciting, one that's very close to my heart, but now's your chance to get up out of your seat, go do what you gotta do. You have about 8 minutes, I guess, to take a break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go away.
Niigata boasts the largest number of sake breweries in Japan. Niigata is working to move beyond being one of Japan's leading sake regions to also being one recognized by Asia and the world with its history and tradition. Niigata, snow country. The stream collecting the snow meltwater from the mountains moistens the vast land and nurtures abundant nature. Rice and water for brewing sake are also gifts from nature. Here, you can find everything you need to make sake. When you say Niigata sake, there are as many dedicated attitudes as there are breweries. There is also a philosophy of brewing sake, and different tastes are created. There, you can see sake breweries that continuously keep producing sake, and Ichigo sake sommeliers, or the masters and brewing artisans, that constantly work, rising to the challenge of brewing perfection.
新潟県上中下越と地域ありますけども、たくさんの酒質お酒が揃っているというところが大きな魅力じゃないでしょうか。
日本酒の中でもとりわけ地酒というのを意識しています。 地酒っていうのはやっぱり地元のお米使って地元の水使って地元の人が飲んで美味しいお酒っていうのを意識して作ってます。
裏ラベルにこう新潟って書いてあれば、ぜひ飲んで美味しかったら新潟に訪れてみようとか、海外の方も新潟ってこうなんかすごいところだなって思ってもらえるような味わいを醸していければとそう思っております。
Responsibility for sake brewing in Niigata goes beyond breweries. The Prefectural Sake Research Institute, which is unique to Niigata in Japan, supports brewing technology, and a training institute for young brewers nurtures the next generation.
酒米の開発ですとか、さらに新しい商品の開発ですとか、各蔵個別に対応した商品の開発、海外進出で適応したその技術的なサポートというような形で、新潟県内全酒蔵の研究室のような役割を果たしてきている。でそこの中で県産種の品質がどんどん向上していったということで、そこが醸造試験場の役割ということですね。
卒業生も卒業して終わりではなくて、卒業後も企業の垣根を越えて、非常に大きなネットワークを作っておりまして、これが業界全体を支える、下から支える大きな力になっております。そういう意味で摂取学校は業界にとって非常に大きな役割を持っていると思っています。昔から酒屋万流という言葉もありますけれども、同じ酒は決してよその蔵ではできないと。むしろ自分たちのその持てるものを共有していった方がお互いにいいものができると。
And here again, a new trend. Sakeology. Sakeology is the world's first academic discipline that integrates all cultural and scientific fields related to sake. An epic adventure has begun to explore the possibilities of sake.
総合大学である新潟大学の強みと産官学の強固な連携を生かし、日本史を体系的に学ぶならば新潟大学というように国内のみならず世界的に認知され、新潟に研究者や人々が学びに来るよう研究教育、情報発信、そして国際交流に力を入れ活動を展開していきます。
Niigata is also a treasure trove of gastronomy, blessed with the bounty of the mountains and the sea. Good sake and good food. When these two meet, the appeal expands in multiples.
新潟は、海が近いこともありまして、大変魚が、新鮮なものが上がります。で特に白身魚が新潟にはすごい種類がたくさんありますので、こちらの淡白な白身と新潟のこの淡麗辛口の、お酒は非常に合うと思いますので、ぜひご賞味いただけたらと思います。
Niigata sake has culture and history, with people cherishing food. One cup of sake creates a great time. If you want to know more about Niigata sake, we recommend visiting sake breweries. Through brewery tours and by walking around the city, you can know about the sake brewing rooted in the area. In addition, there are sake stores where you can easily enjoy and taste Niigata sake from all the breweries in the prefecture. There is also Japan's largest sake festival called Niigata Sake Festival. Places and events that are sure to please you are waiting for you. The geographical indication Niigata was designated as a sake production area in 2022. The world of Niigata sake interweaves with rich nature and ever-evolving techniques. Visit Niigata and enjoy sheer bliss to your heart's content.
Welcome back to the Information Center at the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. I'm Christopher Pellegrini at your service, and we're back for session 3 of the first day of the Sake Future Summit. And we are taking a totally different tack on this one. The first 2 sessions were all about sake, Japan's better-known drink, its most famous kokushu. And if you missed the first 2 sessions, then never fear. 6 p.m. Japan Standard Time today, we'll be replaying those and all of the sessions from today. So you'll have a chance to review or just enjoy them again if you missed them the first time especially. We're going to move now into the kokushu that aren't so well known outside of Japan. In an earlier session, it was mentioned that pretty much everybody has heard of sake, but when you use the word shochu, and especially the word awamori, the reaction is probably not one of, oh yes, I've tried that before. It's much more likely to be, huh? So this is slowly changing, something that makes me very happy, but we're just getting started. In the next session, I welcome a couple of experts from the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association to talk about what is happening in the shochu and awamori industry right now here in Japan, as well as its outward expansion around the world. So join me right now, session 3, all about shochu and awamori, Japan's best kept secrets. Welcome to our discussion of shochu and the shochu industry, awamori and the awamori industry, and what this means for the future of this category, Japan's best kept secret. I'm Christopher Pellegrini with you again, reporting from the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. We're at the Sake Information Center near Toranomon Station, not too far from Shimbashi. If you haven't been here before, absolutely come on down. And we're here today, I'm here today, very fortunately, joined by a couple of experts in the inner workings, the background of the industry here in Japan. They've got the data, they've got the ears of the people who can give them kind of the inside track on a lot of things. So this is very exciting for me, and I'm glad that we get to share it with you through this forum. There are 8 episodes, there are 8 different
味わい第一印象に、非常に柔らかな甘みが感じられまして、でそこにこれも非常に繊細さ、優しさ感じられる酸味が調和するんで、バランスが非常にいいですね。
福島の米と福島の水と福島の蔵人でオール福島の酒を作りたい、そんな思いから福島県が15年の歳月をかけて開発した酒造り用の米が福の花です。
原料に使うお米がですね、ほとんどが兵庫県から来る山田錦っていうお米で、これをですね、福島県産のもので作りたいっていうことで、山田錦に対抗できるお米っていうのを開発したわけなんですが、
山田錦よりも寒さに強く、福島の気候、風土に合った酒米を目指して開発された福の花。吟醸酒に使われる米の中心にある白い部分、心拍の割合が高いので雑味が少なく香り高いのが特徴です。
どこの酒が美味しいというふうに比較していくものではなくて、福島ならではの味わいを持った酒、そしてその完成度の高いところを求めていくというふうなことは素晴らしいことだと思いますので、これでつまり山形の酒とどっちが美味しいとか、新潟の酒とどっちが美味しいということではなくて、福島の酒は福島なりの素晴らしさというふうなものが、改めてこの表現できるというような土壌ができたというふうなことだと思いますね。
2020年、福の花は会津地域を中心に中通り、浜通りと県内各地のおよそ33ヘクタールで栽培され、県全体でおよそ160トンの収穫がありました。11月、県内の26の蔵元で福の花を使った酒の仕込みが始まりました。出来上がった酒は12月からそれぞれの蔵元から全国に出荷されていきます。
まず重要なのは、その地元の人に認められ、そして最終的には地元の人たちが誇りに思うようなものにしていかなければならないということだと思いますので、それがまずありきで、それを知って、
Hello and welcome to our discussion of Shochu and the Shochu industry, Awamori and the Awamori industry, and what this means for the future of this category, Japan's best kept secret. I'm Christopher Pellegrini with you again, reporting from the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. We're at the Sake Information Center near Toranomon Station, not too far from Shimbashi. If you haven't been here before, absolutely come on down. And we're here today, I'm here today, very fortunately, joined by a couple of experts in the inner workings, the background of the industry here in Japan. They've got the data, they've got the ears of the people who can give them kind of the inside track on a lot of things. So this is very exciting for me, and I'm glad that we get to share it with you through this forum. There are 8 episodes, there are 8 different ways that we're talking about Japan's indigenous drinks, sake, awamori, shochu. So there's a lot of other content available. Be sure to go back for that. Watch things that happened before in both of the weekends, and let us know your thoughts. Comment, ask questions, share with us what you're learning about these drinks wherever you live in the world. And we will be happy to take you up on those conversations. So anyways, let's get started. We're talking about shochu and awamori today. And today I have both Mr. Imada and Ms. Iuchi with me, both from the JSS, the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello.
Thank you very much. And we're going to start off with a little bit of a backgrounder on the JSS and the JSS's activities outside of Japan. So I believe that I'm going to hand this over to you, Iuchi-san. Oh, to Imada-san. I'll figure it out someday. All right. So please, I'll give you the mic.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Well, he looks really casual, but actually he's very well experienced as an educator as well as a trader of shochu and aomori. Well, and has so much of an affection about aomori and shochu, so he can easily do an hour or two session, 2 hours, 1 or 2 hour session easily in native English. So it might be better to let him do the session rather than doing mine, but that's my task, so I'm sorry about it. So to start with, I'd like to start with talking about JSS a little bit, because there should be some viewers who doesn't know anything about JSS. So JSS stands for Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association, which is a central organization of about 1,700 sake breweries and shochu distilleries all over Japan. And we do all things like educating the technical education to the JSS members, and doing the promotion to overseas and domestic market, and things so on. And JSS Information Center, as Chris just told, is a PR basement of the industry, PR basement of JSS, which is located in the center of Tokyo, which is very close to Toranomon or Shimbosho, those kind of real convenient stations. So, and we do, you can gather information about the producers and the sake and shochu events all around Japan, as well as enjoy the tasting of the diverse variety of sake and shochu here. And I would like to talk a bit more about the podcast we do, Sake on Air. Sake on Air is the podcast program we do, and Chris actually is one of the main casts of it. Thank you, Chris. And it's a podcast program dedicated to only sake and shochu. So, and listened by more than 130 countries in the world, I think. And Chris himself does a podcast called Japan Distilled, and that's talks a little bit more deep dive into shochu world. So if you are interested in those kind of podcasts, please have a listen. Thank you. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you very much. I did not expect that plug for the podcast, but yes, Japan Distilled and of course Sake on Air, both are well, Sake on Air in particular has a bunch of kind of very well-known people that are on air a couple times a month, and it's definitely worth your while if our thing is kind of like your thing. That's a good place to go for more information. Now today we're going to be talking about both the international movement of shochu and aomori all around the world. How's that going? How's it been going? How is it going? Maybe going in the future. We'll get into that too. We're also going to take a step back and we're going to look at the market here in Japan. How are shochu and aomori sales doing domestically? How do people here enjoy it? And what's the potential future there as well? To talk a bit more about the overseas aspect of this entire endeavor, we have Ms. Iuchi with us, who spent a good deal of time in New York and knows that market very, very well. And she also has a very, very long background in terms of talking to makers and dealing with distributors. So she's got a lot of very interesting information. And some of that she's going to share with us today. So Iuchi-san.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Imada-san. Thank you, Christopher. My name is Hiromi Iuchi. I am currently the Senior Manager of Overseas Promotion Department of the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association. And today I'll be sharing some information with you, the current status of the exports and maybe the strategy of the JSS, like how the number could be up with that plan. First, I'd like to show you the domestic shipment history. This is the domestic shipment history of the last 50 years, and this is by volume. And you can see the sake consumption is declining tremendously. That's the, fact, but Honkaku Shochu is growing a little bit, little by little, over the 50 years. And I should mention that there's like two shochu mentioned. One is a column distilled shochu, which is we call it korui shochu. That's the column distilled, so it's number of times the distillation go through. And the other one, the red one, is the pot distilled shochu. We call this one as a honkaku shochu. So see in the end of the graph, it says 2020. It's the sake and the honkaku shochu is about the same. That means the domestic market in Japan, the sake and honkaku shochu is just about the same consumption, 50-50. So this fact is unknown. A lot of people are surprised to hear this when I mention this. Most people think outside, especially the outside of Japan, people think that the sake is the dominant drink. And then how about the outside of Japan? This is volume-wise versus to the shochu production in a year. The export is only 0.7%. In that sense, the shochu is surely the hidden treasure in Japan, which is really exciting at this point that for us to work on it, right? And this is the export value of all category of Japanese alcoholic beverages. The sake in red is growing up, and whiskey, which is the dark blue, is growing more. Actually, the whiskey export value is exceeded the sake export value last year, 2020. And liqueur and gin are growing category, but the shochu, which is the light blue, is about the same. And compared with the shochu, the sake and whiskey, it's kind of little. So I summarized these facts that sake versus to shochu, to see the balance of the two Japanese kokushu, the national alcohol beverage. The domestic market is sake, shochu, as I said, 50-50. And export value, if the sake and shochu export is 100%, and then sake is the 96%, and shochu is only 4%. And export quantity of the total production, sake is 7%, goes out to outside of Japan, and then the shochu is 0.7%. So you can tell. So okay, then which area the shochu is exported to the most? There are mainly to China and the USA. These two countries combined have 63% of share. And here's the export value for top 10 countries. China and the US dominate the most of it, as I mentioned. And you might notice the Australian number. It is not the normal, like 2021, we investigated and then we found out that it was a korui shochu suddenly became popular in Australia last year. So that's why that it just went up, like just 1 year last year. Another thing that you learn is that there is only in Asia and Oceania countries besides the United States, not any countries mentioned from Europe in top 10. So at this point we could say, sorry, in Japan, the honkaku shochu and the sake consumption is 50-50. It's both very, friendly, similar drink for Japanese, but not being sold outside of Japan that much, and then sold only in Asia and United States. I think that's my conclusion by making this documentation this time. kind of surprising that there's no European country mentioned. Okay, and then so how are we going to increase the export of the shochu? Shochu is still unknown, and the goal is to establish that position in the world spirits market. First, we want everyone to know about shochu. So the sales point would be one, shochu is a cool spirit, and with a long history and a cultural background, and produced in Japan. And koji is used, very special, and it is part distilled, only one-time distillation. Most of the shochu is. And then lots of variety in taste. Ingredients, lots of ingredients, and type of koji that they could choose to make the particular shochu, and then also the distillation method, the normal pressure or the reduced pressure distillation. So these combination would come up with a different type of variety of the taste. Then number two is shochu is usually consumed during a meal in Japan, like historically tradition. That's the tradition, which is very rare as the distilled spirits. So you can drink in any occasion, like before meal or during a meal or after meal, of course. So those are the sales point, I think. So JSS Overseas project. So we focus on some strategy, come up with the strategies that for sake, the JSS is approaching on wine industry mainly. So focusing on sommelier or wine specialist. And for shochu, we focus on spirits industry, especially the mixologist whom I think as a great influencer. And with those strong sales points from the previous page, the shochu can be popular among the professionals. We think we can follow the example of mezcal from Mexico. And mezcal promotes the points like being traditional, its history, being craft spirits, and the uniqueness of that. So honkaku shochu could have all that points. Sales points as well. So once mixologists find the mezcal, they created a cocktail and then everyone put it on the bar menu. So we have to work on, so I think the shochu could be in the same path that we could take, the same path hopefully. And so what we have to do is we have to work on a branding and education and then market development, and those three things that we have to tackle all simultaneously, because it works simultaneously, these three. And with that in mind, we do have promotions. Here's the some for example of the promotions program that we did 2022 this year. So wine and spirits trade show, we put the honkaku shochu and awamori in on Bar Convent Building 2022, and Pro Wine Shanghai, and Vinexpo Paris. In Vinexpo Paris, it's coming up in February, and we have sake shown in international wine section, and shochu is going to be in the spirit section. It's called B Spirit. And Pro Wine Düsseldorf in Germany, it will be in March, and we're going to be having the sake and shochu seminar there. And shochu cocktail competition, we're going to be doing one in USA and one in UK, London. USA will be in New York. So it'll be very exciting to reach to all the exciting mixologists. And the events in Japan, we try to bring influencer to Kyushu to go around the different shochu areas. And this year, we brought 7 influencers, the mixologists. and then we went to the Oita and the Kumamoto and the Kagoshima. So total is 6 distillers that we went through. So I think it would be very interesting to study the category. Most of the mixologists is invited to Japan by the maker. One, Nick Suntory, like a famous brand maker, but then they can only go to those area. But like with the JSS, the tour will be all around, all different ingredients, and so it would be very educational. I think this could be the very key of promoting the shochu to the world. So Honkaku Shochu and Awamori seminar for the foreign residents in Japan. This one that we do it every year as well. As a recent news, I just want to share with you this news that as of July 1st, 2022, in the United States, New York State has changed the liquor law that shochu under 24% can be sold with a soft liquor license. Finally, shochu is differentiated from soju. But at the same time, the label needs to be said shochu, not soju. It's clearly shows that soju is Korean and shochu is Japanese alcoholic beverage. And so distributors need to make sure it does not say soju on the label of shochu, which is a challenge. And many spirits competition now have a shochu category. And I remember that about 5 years ago, the shochu and soju and maybe the baijiu are in the same one category. And whiskey was, I think a competition is very important to promote the categories that whiskey is, it's proved by the whiskey popularity that whiskey was recognized by these competitions overseas. So this is a good thing for shochu, and it's a good thing to be able to appeal to all those judges as well. Okay, then JSS renewed the global site, both sake and shochu. Please check it out. You can learn a lot here. We spend a lot of time developing this content. And we also created a website in the US targeting the mixologists or professionals in the bar industry. And it is up and running. It's called Shochu Guide. It started the newsletter recently, and the blog as well. So please register it, and you'll be hearing from them. And Instagram is up and running as well. It's becoming very active these days. And JSS also has a YouTube channel. We worked on many seminars and videos, created videos last year. So you can watch them here. So I guess that's about it.
Fantastic.
From me.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
that.
Thank you.
Excellent summary of what's going on with JSS both here and overseas, and what's happening in the domestic market, which is only less than 1% of shochu and awamori is exported.
That could tell you how the shochu is a hidden treasure, right?
It really is. That's absolutely right. There's hundreds of distilleries, thousands of brands, and it all stays here. It all is consumed in Japan. So I guess that leads us to you, Imada-san. What is the deal with the domestic consumption? Please tell us about how things are going for the shochu industry and the awamori industry here, where all of these beautiful spirits are consumed, it seems.
Okay, from now on, I would like to talk a bit about the domestic market and the production state of Honkaku Shochu and awamori in Japan. And maybe some of the viewers today are not too familiar with Honkaku Shochu and awamori, so I would like to talk about 15 minutes to 20 minutes about the overview knowledge of the shochu and the latest trend of it in the domestic market. Okay, let me start with the map here. This is a prefectural map of Honkaku Shochu and awamori distilleries, how they are located in Japan. And the deep blue shows that there are many shochu distilleries. And it says that there are about 600 licensed shochu producers in Japan, but maybe more than half of them are mainly producing sake and use the byproducts of sake, which is a sake lee, to produce a sake custody shochu, which is like a grappa of Italy. So there are about 270 distilleries who mainly produce shochu in Japan, and most of them are located in the southern part of Kyushu. And there are three main reasons, I think, why they're all located in the southern part of Kyushu. The first reason might be that the historical reason that the distillation technology originally came from Thailand through a continent, through China or through Ryukyu Island, which is Okinawa nowadays. And Kyushu Island was the closest from them. And the second reason might be about the climate. Climate of the Kyushu, southern Kyushu, is too hot to produce sake, which needs to control the very delicate mechanism of microorganisms and bacteria, and which is not very suitable for very hot weather of the southern Kyushu, right? And the third reason might be the volcano. Southern Kyushu is a very volcanic land. There are many volcanoes there. And the volcanic ashes is not very suitable to grow rice. It's suitable to grow sweet potatoes, but not rice. So, there aren't enough rice supply to those areas. So that's the reason why they're located in southern Kyushu Island. And this map shows the main regions of Honkaku Shochu and Aomori, mainly in Kyushu Island. And out of that, four regions, which are Iki in Nagasaki Prefecture, Kuma in Kumamoto Prefecture, and Satsuma from Kagoshima Prefecture, and Ryukyu from Okinawa Prefecture, are designated as a GI, which is a geographical indication. So their regional brand is protected internationally by WTO, World Trade Organization. Okay, let's go to some statistics about the domestic market here. This is about the same statistics which Hiromi-san has shown. This is the consumption of Honkaku Shochu and Aomori from 1970 to 2020. And as you can see from this graph, the total consumption of Honkaku Shochu and Aomori in 1970 was less than 10% compared to the one of 2009, when it was its peak. So that means Honkaku Shochu and Aomori used to be a very total Kyushu local drink. And the people outside of Kyushu seldom drank shochu at that time. And there are several other distilled spirits in the eastern part of Japan, but they're mainly the clumps distilled kind of products, which is a industrial ethanol type of spirits. So not the ones in which you can enjoy the character of the main ingredients, like Honkaku Shochu. So the consumption of Honkaku Shochu has increased through 3 times of the boom. And in 2007, it has seen its peak. And the people living outside of southern Kyushu region are not so familiar with the distinct flavor derived from the main ingredients of shochu at that time. So they are used to drinking this industrial ethanol with a juice or hop flavor or tea flavor, those kind of things.
Sure.
So it's rare. Honkaku Shochu's flavor was quite rare for us living outside of Kyushu. But after that, the imported beverage has increased, like red wines, and people are getting more and more used to appreciate the flavor of the alcohol. So actually, they gradually come to say that the flavor of shochu is very authentic, rather than saying it's a strange smell.
Right.
You know, right? We used to say it smells, right? So this is the consumption of honkaku shochu and amori versus sake. As Hiromi mentioned, through these kind of stories, honkaku shochu's consumption in domestic market has increased pretty much. But now the consumption of honkaku shochu and sake are about the same level, as Hiromi mentioned, and people outside of Japan doesn't know about that fact. Okay, this graph shows the changes in the share of the raw materials of honkaku shochu. And the first shochu which has got the popularity in Japan was barley shochu. And at its peak, it has about 55% share in the shochu market. And then comes sweet potato shochu became more popular after 2003 or 2005. And now the share of barley shochu and sweet potato shochu are about the same level now. And this graph shows the share of the raw materials. As you can see here, sweet potato has 44% share. Barley is 43%. It's about the same. They're about the same. And then comes rice, shochu, and awamori, but they're very, very small amount. They're a big difference compared to barley and sweet potato shochus. And this is the export volume of shochu versus sake. As I said, sake's consumption has decreased for these half centuries, for a long time. And honkaku shochu's consumption has increased about 10 times through that period. However, contrary to that fact, the export volume of shochu hasn't changed almost at all. Things has changed. It has been changing in very recent years, little by little. But there are so many things Hiromi has to do overseas market.
Come on, Hiromi.
Lots of work. All right, let's go to the latest trend in the domestic shochu market now. I think there are about 4 factors which determines the flavor of shochu. The first factor is the raw materials. The raw materials gives a very crucial impact to the flavor of shochu. So the producers are always seeking for materials which suits the latest trend of the market, or contrary, which has a universal value. Secondly, the distillation method has a big impact. As you can see, there is a very Japanese special technique called vacuum distillation or reduced pressure distillation, which is a technique to reduce the evaporation temperature by decreasing the air pressure inside a mill. And as a result, can extract a very sensitive and delicate and fruity type of flavor into shochu from the mash. So the shochu producers select either atmospheric distillation or vacuum distillation, or sometimes mix both techniques together to produce the flavor which they want to express in their shochu. Next comes the refining process. Refining process is very simple but very important technique. And definitely, I think it's one of the main technical innovation in these several decades, I think. And basically, the refining process is how to make shochu refined and clear. But in shochu production, however, how much elements you leave in the shochu is as important as how much you remove from the shochu. And finally, the storage method and the storage period is very important. And it can be said to most of the distilled beverage all over the world, I think, like Scotch whiskey. But basically, spirits raises its value as it matures, right? Mm-hmm. But however, in shochu case, it's a little bit different about the storage period. And I'll talk about it later, a little bit later on. Okay, now, what kind of trend do we especially find in the present shochu market? Let's focus on two typical trends in the market now. One of it is how people dilute shochu to drink these days, and how the producers cope with that, or what kind of shochu do the producers try to make these days. As you know, traditionally in Japan, in local area, shochu was drunk by oyuwari, mainly by oyuwari. In other words, diluted with hot water. And in other words, that's diluting style is to drink shochu as a substitute of sake. As sake is a very expensive, I mean, rice is a very expensive thing in the southern Kyushu island because the soil doesn't suit the rice production, as I said. So it's impossible for the ordinary people to drink sake in their daily lives. So they reluctantly dilute shochu, which is easier for them to drink, and make it hot to warm like sake, and drink with meals like sake. That's the history of the southern Kyushu island. And that's one of the reasons why shochu is drunk diluted by hot water. But people, especially the younger age people, prefer the drinks in cold temperature. So they use water instead of using hot water. And also there was a big boom of the highball or whiskey soda. So diluting sake with a soda has become very popular in Japan. But the flavor of the authentic shochu, especially the sweet potato shochu, which is based on a rich sweet potato flavor, didn't suit the soda dilute with soda so much. So the producers tried to make a new type of flavors which suits to drink dilute with soda. In other words, shochu with a refreshing and fruity aroma. Okay, about the raw materials here. This is a picture of sweet potatoes. They're diverse variety of sweet potatoes. You know, they look very beautiful in this white one, orange one, the purple ones, and the yellow ones. So the producers first look for the diversity of the raw materials to find a new flavors. And some producers try to mature the sweet potatoes to extract some flavor like honey. And some producers mature it even more to extract some very different flavors like lychee or citrus or muscat-like flavor. And of course, the yeast is the very important part of the production. And that's definitely another element which influences the flavor of shochu. Some producers uses a new species of yeast, or uses wine yeast or beer yeast to extract some banana-like or apple-like flavors in the shochu. This kind of various fruity shochu suits to drink cold or dilute with soda. So these kind of shochu are pretty popular these days in the market. On the other hand, there are the producers who try to refine and evolve the authentic type and traditional type of sweet potato shochu, which is good to drink by oyuwari or dilute with hot water. For example, some producers don't do the filtration so much and leave the fatty element intentionally in order to emphasize the richness of the sweet potato shochu. It looks a little cloudy, very interesting. The fat looks cloudy in the shochu, and it's a very interesting trail as well. There's always a tradition in Japan to dilute, not to dilute and drink neat. These are some sake vessels from Okinawa and Kumamoto region to drink shochu neat. They usually use a very small cup, like this, very small one. And also, there are many professional bartenders and mixologists who's interested in making cocktails with shochu these days. Okay, now I'd like to tell a little bit about what the water characterizes the Japanese shochu. In recent days, the excellence of the Japanese water is being reconsidered among shochu professionals. Japan is blessed with good waters. As you know, Japan is a very thin island country with a mountain range like a backbone of the island, and the river is steep and short. So the natural water, underground water, is very good and soft. This kind of soft natural water brings about the gentle and soft character of shochu. And as a result, you can enjoy the mild and gentle mouthfeel shochu without spending so many years like whiskey or other distilled spirits. This might be the same as the character of Japanese whiskey too, I think. And lastly, I would like to mention a little bit about the moto gusare byo, which is a sweet potato disease. It's not a good news, but I have to mention a little bit about it. This is a disease which is caused by the bacteria peculiar to sweet potato and causes the potatoes to rot. This picture is upper half brown part is a rotten pot. So this disease is quite rampant in southern Kyushu area, and the sweet potatoes production is declining these several years. I only hope that it will over as soon as possible. And with that, I would like to wrap up my presentation. Back to you, Chris.
You're going to wrap it up on a disease? Oh my geez. Well, let's talk about this disease. I think let's bring this to like a round table discussion here. Is anything being done about this big problem to make the future a little bit more secure and stable for the industry?
Is there any very good method? I don't think there have been good method found yet, but they have been trying lots of tests to grow some different species of and the shochu producers are trying to use different species, sweet potatoes, not dependent too much by Kogane Sengan, because the disease is especially bad in Kogane Sengan, right? Which is the biggest majority of the materials. By far. But they're a good part of that too, because the producers try to find other new sweet potato varieties that can make a change to the quality of their products.
Silver lining.
Can be good.
Yep. Hopefully they figure that out. There are some distilleries that aren't selling or making any sweet potato shochu this season, so that's crazy to me, and obviously is a problem not only for domestic consumption but also for overseas, moving the product overseas. And so I want to go back to some of the things that you were talking about. Okay. I'm interested in particular about the mezcal comparison, and I want to hear a little bit more of your thoughts on that point. I think it's really interesting. Mezcal obviously is booming. The prediction is that next year will be big again, right? What is it about shochu that can be considered similar or unique in a way that mezcal is unique?
I think the tequila is everybody knows, right? And so shochu, there's not so much people knows about the shochu. So it might be a little bit difficult for shochu to become like a mezcal, because mezcal, it's already have a tequila background, and then they just need to show the differentiation from the regular or mass-produced tequila versus to the mezcal, right? Sure. So So in that sense, the shochu is a little bit difficult. I mean, the chances are not, it's a little bit difficult compared with that. But at the same time, the mezcal is not cheap, and then the honkaku shochu outside of Japan is very expensive.
True.
It's not that like producer is making money, but all the tiers. Then the price is almost the same as the mezcal area, like $30, $50 a bottle to buy at the bar, right? So in that sense, I think a targeted customer is the same range. And the people who found mezcal to be very interesting will be finding the interesting part in shochu, honkaku shochu. That's what I think. So in that sense, we are in the same area with mezcal. And taste-wise, also the shochu is very unique. And so it's not same as a mezcal or tequila at all. So it could be differentiated from the mezcal too. Also. So I think there's a lot of chance on it. And then the way the mezcal was discovered and then becoming very popular is, to me, it's not that hard. That's what I thought. Maybe as a category, if we promote it to the very core people, like influencer, mixologists, the people who has like a interest in those craft spirits and tradition and cultural background, they would be interested in honkaku shochu. So if somebody started discovering the honkaku shochu as a next cool spirit, and then everybody else started bringing in to the bars. So I think that the only barrier for shochu, not the mezcal, would be the distribution barrier. So the shochu is carried by the many Japanese distributors or Japanese restaurant, focused business, not the bar business. So you need to get into the bar business, which is haven't, been successful yet.
It's a channel issue.
Yes. So once that more people recognize as the honkaku shochu as being next to maybe the cool spirits, popular spirits, maybe the American distributors or bar business distributor will be recognized that, find that sales point and then bring it in. Then maybe we can start distributing more or selling shochu more. But at this point, there's like a breaking point. I think we need the demand in order to get the distribution.
Sure. Yeah, chicken or the egg.
In that sense, I think the shochu has a lot more diversity compared to mezcal.
Right.
The variety, but can be too much of a diversity. To maybe as a strategy, you should concentrate on some part. I mean, to make people not too difficult to understand shochu about. What do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's dozens of approved ingredients. What is shochu? Somebody asks you. Like, it could be anything. It can be many things. Okay,
that's
I still don't understand what shochu is.
That's a charm, but as well, it's can be a weak point.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And another challenge that shochu has. Shochu doesn't have a song like tequila has a song.
Oh, I didn't know that. Let's make it.
Ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. Don't you remember? I mean, if shochu had a song, I mean, it would be to the moon. But I mean, we're talking about, I like that idea of the channel selection and finding the bar channel and really putting energy into that. You talked about highballs, right? And does the highball have potential overseas? What's your take on that?
That's difficult. That's a difficult question, and I'm quite doubtful about that.
Okay.
Yeah, can be a good method in the domestic market for the moment, but my opinion is that it's easier to go to that international market with a cocktail base rather than doing just diluted with soda or highball. Highball is well, maybe a cocktail, but it's just a diluting, method, right? So cocktail might be easier for the people to understand about it. Shochu. Well, that's my opinion.
Well, that's an interesting point because I don't think bartenders, these influencers that we need, they're not going to get excited about highballs, I don't think. They want to make something new.
Right.
So I think that's a very interesting point.
And the real charm of Honkaku Shochu, although is not a cocktail, is a real, complex and vague and, some mysterious flavor of it.
Yeah.
And its sweetness and its umami, right?
Yeah.
Umami, which other spirits doesn't have.
Yeah.
So
tastes like what it's
finally,
made from.
we should, go to that phase to educate people in that phase. So cocktail can be the introduction to open the door to people.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So we did maybe 3 times shochu influencer tour, brought the mixologist, very top mixologist to Japan to go around the shochu distilleries. And then 5 days, visiting like maybe 6 or 8 distilleries in 5 days, they got it. They get it like right on. It's like, okay, the best way to enjoy the Honkaku Shochu is the oyuwari. So, but
that's a good
they
news,
have
though.
to, I think, but they said they needed to be introduced, and then they're going to be helping to introduce the shochu in making cocktails.
Yeah.
Or it's just a way of promoting a shochu at first.
When we talk with the bartenders and mixologists, most of them says that it's easy to use a very distinct flavor like lychee or muscat to make cocktails. But that's our type of shochu which doesn't represent the whole market of shochu, right?
And then another thing is that shochu in the market, it's mostly 25% of by volume, alcohol by volume, right? Which is a little bit low alcohol for the cocktail making. Then it's kind of hard to, treat that 25% low alcohol to come up with the cocktails without killing the flavor of the shochu. So you need a high technique to do that. So it's a challenge as well. So a lot of mixologists, maybe the bar owners or bartenders or salespeople might say like, your sake, shochu need to be a higher alcohol, like 30%, 35%, 40%. So all the distillers are like listening to, oh, okay, so we have to make it to like 40%. But then it will be a different stories, right? Like because on the market is shochu market is mainly 25%, and then when the alcohol percentage is up, then the taxes goes up too.
Sure.
So it gets more expensive too. It's difficult to sell. So I think we should have 2 ways, like maybe 40% alcohol and then 25% alcohol shochu. Both are introduced by maybe first by the cocktail, and then there's a diversity on alcohol.
That's a very interesting point, and it's a question that comes up all the time. Which is better, the Genshu undiluted for the for the foreign market, for the outside of Japan market, or the standard, the 25 or something close to it, or is it both? Is there a possibility for both? What do you think about these things?
I think we should have both. Yeah,
Both.
because you can't choose only one.
Right. And then like culturally, like shochu is for us, like in Japan, 25% is kind of like normal, or some, it's a shochu. 40% it's good, or 30% good, but we have to stick with the 25%.
And dilute it with hot water, down to 50%. That's
so good.
You know, that's so good.
Yes.
It's many people think that's the best way.
Yeah, come to Japan.
Enjoy.
Enjoy oyuwari for the first time. Everybody listening out there, you will understand. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And that's because of the coach flavor and the oil and the umami, which shochu contains in it, which is different.
Another thing is, another sales point is I mentioned it, it's during a meal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love on the rocks with like maybe karaage or something. Fried chicken or something, anything. Like shochu can go well with like any type of food, which is like really handy.
It's handy.
Yeah.
What are some other good pairings that you like with
I think
these
I
spirits?
like pizza.
Pizza and what kind of shochu?
What kind of shochu?
Yeah, I mean not a brand, but like
Yeah, any kind.
any kind.
But I like it on the rocks. It's easy to handle. Maybe it's nice to have hot water as well. Maybe towards the end of the meal. But it's easy, right there on the rocks.
I like the pizza idea, especially pepperoni pizza with sweet potato shochu. For me, makes a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah. And then the koji factor will come up, right?
That's true. That's true.
Because of the koji used.
It becomes the connection between the meals and
exactly.
shochu.
Which no other beverage, I mean,
can never have.
distilled spirits has.
That's true. Yeah.
That's the secret part of shochu.
The secret sauce. Yep, absolutely. Well, we got time for I think one or two more questions. So another thing that I wanted to get into was let's keep on this thing with the how do we get people into it? If you've got a wine drinker on your hands, all right, how are you going to introduce them to shochu? What's the entry point?
Wine.
Yeah, white or red, whichever.
Maybe red.
Red, okay.
And sweet potatoes.
Interesting, yeah.
Very full body, and then the normal pressure.
And there's a lot of red and purple sweet potatoes too, right? Red wine. There's something fruity that.
Smell-wise?
Yeah, there's something.
Like attack or like the fullness of it.
I like that idea. Okay.
I think the drinking people likes the flavor. I mean, of the wines, and they're very used to those kind of grape flavors. So, not a very different type of flavor. Like I would say, many wine drinkers like sake, right? Sake is ginger aroma. Right, yes. So maybe the reduced pressure rice shochu with a custody shochu, maybe a good choice for them. Can be a good choice. Soft, delicate, and aromatic. Or maybe the light type of sweet potato shochu with some lychee flavor can be the case for wine drinkers.
But it's kind of interesting that like when I was doing a sales in the United States, that I had a sake and shochu on my portfolio. Then I always go to the wine drinker with the sake, and then the shochu only goes to the beer drinker or the people who doesn't drink wine. So there's like types. There's like two types of people. The distilled spirits people stick with the distilled spirits.
Sure.
Gin, vodka, Then the wine drinker stick with the wine.
Yeah.
So, I don't really try to go the other way.
So if it's a beer drinker, what do you recommend for them?
I would say barley shochu because they're used to the smell of barley.
With soda.
With soda. Can't be
There's that carbonation that they will be missing, unless they drink real ales.
There are many foreign people visiting this information center, and I asked them which type they prefer. And it's interesting because it's quite different from the drinks they usually drink, and the areas too. Like the people from Scandinavian people likes sweet potato shochu somehow, because they're used to a potato flavor for their spirits, like akavit.
Yeah.
People from Poland, sometimes people from Germany likes that flavor, but the people from England say prefer the barley shochu. That's the tendency I find.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. Pretty much what we're trying to say today is that you just got to try it. You know, we got to get it out there in front of people, and we need, we're going to need help from the influencers, the bartenders. We're going to need help from the makers to come up with new expressions, maybe new ingredients, new yeast strains. There's a lot of innovation happening right now. I feel like it's a really exciting time to be paying attention.
Do you hear any, the company is opening up the shochu distilleries outside of Japan?
Yeah. I mean, there are a few good ones that I'm aware of. Like, good meaning I've had the shochu, I've tasted people on it blind here in Japan, and they are shocked that it's not made in Japan. Really? And they're scared too. On one of them, they were like, oh geez, this is better than what some of this other stuff that I've had. And that was obviously, I think, maybe they were a little bit drunk when they said that, but there are some interesting things happening. Now the sake world is way ahead. There's lots of sake breweries. Shochu distilleries, not yet.
Shochu distilleries should be aware of that.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's coming.
It is coming. That's a great point. I think you're right. And I'm excited for it.
And
I can't wait.
It's good for the industry.
Absolutely. The more people that hear the word shochu and know that it's not soju, that's good news for everybody. So thank you to the JSS for helping with that law that was passed in July of this year in New York State. Hopefully other states will take notice and follow their lead. Please follow our lead and try some more shochu, try some more awamori, and tell your friends. Share what you're having. Find the type that you like. There is a shochu for everyone. There's dozens of ingredients. There has to be something that matches your preferences, your palate. So go for it and take photos, ask us questions. We'll give comments. It'll be a big collaboration, and shochu will be the next big thing. It'll be the next mezcal. It'll be the next. It's Japan's last kept secret. So after that, it's gonna be kind of sad because once everybody finds shochu in awamori, we don't have anything left. No more secrets. But anyways, you heard it here first. Thank you for your time and your attention, and to all of you out there from all three of us in the Information Center in Toranomon, a very hearty and heartfelt kanpai, or kari as they say in Okinawa. Kari.
Kari. Kanpai.
Kanpai. Honkaku shochu and Ryukyu awamori, Japan's best kept secrets, and hopefully that'll change. We're working for it to change. But it's still early days. We've got a question from the audience on YouTube. This question comes from, and this is maybe the second or third question from Handsome Gorilla today. How would you position shochu compared to sake, and are there any differences in target customers? And I think the answer to that question could take me 2 of these sessions, honestly. But maybe if I summarize two different ways that shochu and awamori can be presented to audiences overseas, maybe we can break it down to the relative alcohol percentages of the different drinks. Now, as you may be aware, the vast majority of shochu and awamori is bottled at 25 to 30% ABV. And I think for spirits drinkers in many parts of the world, that's going to be a little low for them. That's going to be a situation where, as Imada-san was speaking, as he reviewed in his presentation, there is a dilution element to enjoying those drinks, whether it's with cool water or hot water, these days often with sparkling water, where you are showing them something completely different, something new that can be done with. And I think that that's an opportunity, especially when you want to talk about the ongoing and flourishing low and no alcohol movement that is taking place in many parts of the world. You dilute shochu from 25%, you cut it 50-50, you're down 12 to 13%. That's a lot like wine territory and sake territory, and therefore you have lots of food pairing options. On the other hand, the other avenue, of course, is for the true spirits fans, right? Something that isn't diluted, something that is still proof, right off the still, up in the 40s, low 40s for some ingredients. For sweet potato, the most popular by volume in terms of sales here in Japan, you're talking probably 36, 37, 38%. But those spirits are potentially a great discovery for people who love mezcal, for people who really enjoy rum, for people who are into spirits with a lot of character and aroma, that something new that they've never tried before. So I think there's a couple of different ways to have this conversation with spirits drinkers overseas, both those who are new to the category and those who have been in spirits for a long time. I think another thing that came up, and in the chat anyway, on YouTube, Richard was able to answer this question to a very large extent. But the question was, why did shochu become so popular in Australia in 2021? And this was a question from Richard. And the simple answer is that yes, a large house got involved in the shochu export game with a new brand. And then also there has been a lot of korui shochu that was brought into the Australian market. And this is something that as people learn more about shochu and awamori, is going to be a little bit confusing when we talk about authentic shochu and then we talk about korui shochu, or multiply, basically continuously distilled spirit, which isn't really shochu at all, even though it's called shochu here in Japan and taxed as shochu. Something confusing coming up that we're going to have to spend a lot of time explaining, I feel. But that was 2020, 2021 compared to years prior was a nice little bump. Still early days, though. There's not a whole lot of volume that's leaving Japan at this point. We're in the very low single digits, but hopefully that's going to change. So thank you for your questions in the chat, and of course, keep coming with them. We've got one more session coming up. This one is about this sustainability in the shochu industry and primarily the sake industry here in Japan. SDGs and how that relates to the current business practices that are ongoing and developing domestically here in Japan. So don't go away. We'll be back after a couple of short videos, and then we'll be starting our final video of the morning. See you again in a few minutes.
Liquors are either fermented or distilled. Beer and wine are fermented liquors. Sake is a representative form of fermented liquor in Japan. Whiskey, gin, and rum are distilled liquors. Shochu and awamori are traditional Japanese distilled liquors. Rice, barley, sweet potatoes, sake leaves, buckwheat, brown sugar, and all kinds of other ingredients are used to make shochu. The ingredients and methods used are unique to each region, giving the world of shochu great variety and sophistication.
Wow. So quiet. It's really nice. I'm here at what was once the imperial capital of a country that was known as Ikikoku, which existed way before Japan ever came into being as a country. Ikikoku was an island nation that was located on the route that connected Japan to the Asian continent, and it thrived as a center of trade. Iki Island here is said to be one of the birthplaces of shochu, a type of Japanese distilled liquor, and I've come to this island to find out more about shochu. Shochu has a very long history, and it reflects not only the climate, but also the culture and the history of the place in which it was made, giving the different varieties their distinctive qualities. Join me on a journey to discover the stories surrounding shochu.
Iki Island is located in northern Kyushu of southwestern Japan. It is blessed with beautiful scenery known as the Jewel Box. This is a huge tomb constructed between the late 6th century and early 7th century. These tombs are said to symbolize the power of the people buried there, and 260 of them are scattered all over Iki. They testify to the island's history, which thrived as the center of trade with continental Asia. There are 7 distilleries on the island making shochu. To find out more about the historical Iki Shochu, I visited one of the distilleries.
こんにちは。こんにちは。はじめまして。はじめまして。よくお願いしました。よろしくお願いします。ジャスティンです。山内です。山内さんです。よろしくお願いします。お願いします。じゃあどうぞ。
This is the pot still used to make shochu.
Here we go. Wow. Oh, it's coming out like a waterfall. I'd like to jump in there right now.
Shochu is made by heating the fermented liquid made from ingredients, then cooling the evaporated steam. Distillation technology is said to have been developed before the birth of Christ. It is believed to have been brought to Iki from the continent via the Korean peninsula.
ではどうぞ。生き焼酎初めてですか? Yes, it's definitely my first time. Here we go. Wow, that's definitely a first. It's very fruity, but very light also. It's kind of really easy, just goes in very smoothly. But it stays a little bit in the back and kind of lets you know that it's there.
The making of shochu involves the primary and secondary moromi processes. The primary moromi involves fermenting malted rice and water before the main ingredient is added. On Iki Island, rice is used in this process. There are expansive plains on Iki, despite it being an island. Rice growing has thrived there. But under the feudal system, rice was controlled strictly. It was a luxury item that the common people rarely had the chance to eat. So, barley was mainly used in the secondary moromi because it was easier to obtain. This method of using both rice and barley testifies to the know-how and effort that the common people invested in shochu to ensure the best taste possible.
駅の焼酎の原料配分は米が3分の1、麦が3分の2。これが駅の麦焼酎の特徴でございます。
厳しい税制だったので、だからまあそういうところ本当に隠れて何かの贅沢をしない限りはもう全くそういうのができないような生活をしてたような気がするんですけど、やっぱりそんな感じなんですかね。
そうでしょうね。まあその頃私も言いませんから。そうですよね。そうだったかどうかよくわかりませんけど。
I came to understand the history behind the ingredients used in shochu. Iki Shochu has obtained geographical indication protection in accordance with the World Trade Organization Agreement, the same as champagne, scotch, and bourbon. I will visit 3 more shochu producing regions which have obtained geographical indication protection. Next, I will head south in Kyushu to look at the shochu of the Kuma region in Kumamoto Prefecture. The Kuma region is in a basin surrounded by mountains stretching around 30 kilometers from east to west. Rice growing thrives in this region, blessed with good quality water. The clear waters of Kuma River flow through the middle of the basin. So, what kind of shochu is made here? Preparation of the primary moromi was underway at the distillery I visited.
Whoa, here comes the first wheelbarrow. Woo!
Kuma Shochu is a kome shochu, and rice is the only grain used as the ingredient. So it is basically made in the same way as sake, with distillation being the only difference. This distillery apparently has 2 different types of pot stills.
これは蒸留機なんですが、減圧式蒸留機といいまして、多分世界の蒸留酒の中で、多分焼酎にしかない蒸留機だと思います。
The inside of the still is decompressed with a vacuum pump, allowing the volatile compounds to be extracted in a fresher state.
低沸点の成分に非常にいい香りの成分があるんですね。そういったものが回収されて、重い成分っていうのは全部ここに残ってしまうので、非常に軽やかな脂質になるんですね。片やですね、こちらにあります、これが在来蒸留機、昔からある蒸留機で蒸圧蒸留機と言います。蒸圧というのはつまりこの辺と同じ1気圧ですね。
In this method, the moromi mash is heated to almost 100 degrees Celsius to evaporate it, and new compounds are created through heating.
非常に成分が多いんです。
なるほど。より複雑な味にしたい場合はこちらで蒸留して作るということですね。
The method of distillation gives the shochu a completely different taste. So, I decided to try some.
ですね、これがこちらのものです。これがこちらで蒸留したものですね。
Okay, well here we go. Take a whiff first. Yes, it's a very definite bouquet. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a sip and see what it's like. Yeah, it has a little bit of a punch on it, but it's not really a very hard punch. It's just kind of like a little cat punch kind of thing. And it's actually quite round and quite mild, and it doesn't linger. It just kind of disappears at the back of the mouth. じゃあ、こちら行ってみようかな。Okay, I'll try this one. Ooh, I can already tell by the smell this has a little bit more of a punch coming on it. I better get ready. Wow. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a stronger punch on it. And it's got a little bit of an edge to it as well. And it stays on the tongue just a little bit longer. In fact, it's still there now.
Kuma is one of the biggest rice-growing regions in Japan. The generous use of precious rice in making shochu testifies to the abundance of rice harvested from the fertile land. This castle belonged to a family of lords who governed the Kuma region. Surrounded by rugged mountains forming a natural barrier, the region remained peaceful, and it is said to have been ruled by the same family of lords for around 700 years. Aoi Aso Shrine is a national treasure made in the architectural style of the Middle Ages. The thatched roof is made of a type of grass. These roofs are rarely seen now, but here they are everywhere. It is almost as if time has stopped, and the people have nicknamed this area the Hidden Village. I heard there was a place where I could meet my predecessor, a person like me who loved to drink.
Can you see this? A part of the grave has been carved into the shape of a sake bottle and a sake cup. This person in life loved shochu so much that when they passed away, they wanted a part of their grave carved into the shape of this bottle and this cup.
In the Kuma region are many graves like this, including some that are over 200 years old. I heard about an unusual drinking game played only in the Kuma region, so I visited a local pub. This is the famous Kuma-ken, a part of the shochu culture of Kuma. Numbers, of which there are 6 types, are presented simultaneously. The person with a number 1 greater than that of the opponent wins. The winner is the person who wins 2 bouts in a row.
I'm never gonna learn that. So, で、負けた方が飲むわけなんですね。
The secret to winning is to understand your opponent's playing style.
1、2、
2出したら黙った2出したら次に出した
Oh no! Oh my god! この熊地方っていうのが、なんか昔は隠れ里で、それによってなんか独自な文化が生まれたというふうに聞いてるんですけど、
今こそ高速道路があり、その前に鉄道ができました、そして国道だとかね、もういろんなその交通機関が便利になった、それができる前は全くの陸のこと、よそから見たらね、いかにもこう密かに隠れているような格好に見えたわけでしょうね。
なるほど、そういうふうに見えただけなんですね。
ところがここに来てみたらね、山は青くして水は清く、そういうしかも一番の産物であるお米、これがふんだんにその取れる盆地だったんですよ。
It's always time for a drinking game, right? So before we move on to our 4th and final session of the day, I just want to answer a question that came up in the chat, and I wasn't able to get to it before we had that video that you just watched. The question is from, again, Harold. Thank you for all of your questions today. Is it possible to make shochu with yellow koji instead of white, and do any producers do so? And the simple answer is yes. There are 3 main types of koji used to make shochu. White is most common, black is also very common, and yellow can also be used. It's most typically used to make rice shochu, but also there are some sweet potato shochu that are made with yellow koji. As a reminder, awamori, which is made in Okinawa Prefecture, is only made with black koji. Moving on. Our 4th and final video of today's day 1 from the Sake Future Summit is about sustainability in the sake and shochu industry. So without further ado, let's move on to the last video of the day.
どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。本日ですね、酒蔵と考える酒とサステナビリティということで、SDGs なども語られておりますけれども、グローバルコモンズの再考など世界的にですね、サステナブルであることについて非常に関心が高まっているかと思います。このサステナブルということを酒蔵としてですね、どのように考えていくのか、今までの取り組み、そして今後未来についてのお話などを今日はさせていただきたいと思っております。ではですね、小西酒造15代目当主小西新右衛門様さんと、泉橋酒造6代目当主橋場雄一さんと、今日はこのお話について語っていきたいと思います。ファシリテーターは田畑夏子が務めさせていただきます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。はい。ではですね、まずお二人から、ぜひですね、ちょっと自己紹介といいますか、酒蔵とご自身のご紹介をしていただければと思うんですけれども、小西さんよろしくお願いいたします。
じゃあまず私から紹介させていただきます。私も本社は兵庫県伊丹市、兵庫県の中で一番東側にある、大阪に近いところですが、で1550年創業いたしました。472年、で私が15代目ということで、歴代、小西新右衛門という名前を襲名しておりまして、私はその15代目ということで3年前に、名前を襲名いたしました。伊丹の地っていうのは清酒発祥の地とも言われまして、墨酒ができたところっていうことで、歴史もありまして、そういう中で伊丹もろ白という言葉もあるんですが、ご存知のようにもろ白作りっていうのはお米を精米して作るっていう、かけ米も麹米も両方精米して作るのをもろ白作りというんですが、 それが伊丹モナ博、その前に南東モナ博というのもあるんですが、伊丹モナ博という形で非常に広がったということで言われております。また直近の話としては、ちょうど3年前に日本遺産が下り酒っていう、今下り酒っていうとなかなか分かりにくいですので、江戸送りの酒と言っておりますが、江戸送りの酒として、日本遺産に認定をしていただきました。江戸時代に非常に伊丹の酒、また灘の酒が江戸の町で珍重されたというようなことで、もともとは檜垣海鮮という船で運んでたのを樽海鮮という専用船で運ぶようになったという歴史がございます。そういう意味では今回のテーマであるサステナブルという意味では、いろんな歴史を踏んでいると、特に江戸時代を過ごしているという、循環型社会であるという江戸時代の中で、ここまで続けさせていただいたというのも、これからのことを考える上でも少しは、発言はさせていただけるんじゃないかなというふうに思っております。
今日どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。ではですね、橋場さん、ご紹介の方お願いできますか。
私泉場酒造の橋場と申しますが、我々うちはですね、神奈川県の海老名市にございまして、うちの家自体は江戸時代からずっと地元の農業をやっていたうちなんですが、江戸の終わりに、安政年間ですね、1857年に酒蔵を始めまして、ちょうど私で6代目になります。でスタートが江戸の終わりでなんですが、地元の農業お米を背景に酒蔵ができておりまして、もともと農家生まれの酒蔵みたいなところがありますね。でそれで泉橋なんですが、第二次世界大戦を挟んでいろいろ食感法ができたり、いろいろ改革が行われて、酒蔵が農業と酒造りがちょっと分離してしまった時代が長かったんですが、その後うちの会社もだから農業と完全に酒造りを分離してしまっていて、僕も小さい頃はうちで田んぼ持ってますけど、お酒にするために米を作ってるわけじゃなくて、いやいや食べるお米を手伝わされてたイメージですね。そんな感じだったんですけど、就職してからですね、夏子の酒のドラマを見てから、あれ1994年なんですよね。あれから酒蔵が米から作るっていうのはありなんだっていうところから始まって、1995年に戦時中にできた食料管理法って法律がなくなって、米のその流通が自由化したので、簡単に言うと農家さんが作ったお米を酒蔵が直接買ってお酒が作れるようになったんですよ。でそれでうちお米僕も小さい頃から少し作ってましたので、これはと思いまして、自分家の田んぼで米を作ってそれをお酒にするというのを1996年から始めまして、でさらに夏子の酒のドラマに出てくるような形でですね、地元の農家さんと一緒にグループを作って米作りを始めて約今27年になるんですけど、今現在泉橋酒造は自分たちで栽培醸造蔵という名前を使っておりまして、地元で46ヘクタール米作り酒米を作りまして、それで純米酒を作って販売しているという会社です。
ありがとうございます。本当に小西酒造さんの方は472年ということで、本当に酒蔵の酒造りの歴史を語る蔵さんということが言えるかと思いますし、橋場さんの方はですね、本当に今非常に海老名で田んぼからお酒造りまで一貫して行う、そういった取り組みを始める蔵さんも多くなってきているかと思うんですが、その先駆けと言われるようなお蔵さんだと思います。
ちょっと発言よろしいでしょうか。今橋場さんがおっしゃったのでちょっと反応させていただきたい。本当素晴らしいなと思います。父どもも江戸時代から近くに田んぼを持ってやってたわけですが、今食感法の話出ましたけど、その前に農地改革っていうのは昭和27年にありまして、それで小作で作っていただいた方もう全部分離されてしまって、まさにおっしゃる鮭作りとその米作りっていうのは別になってしまったっていう、そういう歴史があって、それをもう一度見直してなさったっていうのは本当素晴らしいなというふうに思います。そういう意味ではよくフランスのワイナリー地域に行った方がよくおっしゃるのは、フランスのワイナリー行ったらすぐ横にブドウ畑があるのにどうしてあなた蔵元は橋場さんとか別ですけどその近くにないんだということをすぐおっしゃるんですけど、いやもともとあったんですと、それを全部やはり農地改革という形で分離されてしまったという歴史がありますので、それをでもまた違った角度でそういう具合に掘り起こされるっていうのは素晴らしいなというふうに思います。
そうですよね。ありがとうございます。あとやっぱり伊丹での酒造りというところでも、先ほど田んぼが隣にというふうにおっしゃいましたけれども、田んぼ水っていうところは昔から なんて持続的といいますかずっと一緒にやっていけるようにっていういろんなシステムがあったというふうにお聞きしますが。
伊丹は例えばその地域だけじゃなくて大阪の高槻なんかでも昔からの酒造りが盛んだったっていうところはあるんですけど、辺りの周辺でもいいお米ができてて、もちろん伊丹周辺でもいいお米取れたんですけど、やっぱりそういう形の中で伊丹空港って今皆さん飛行機に乗られる方は空港ご存知だと思いますけど、あそこなんかももともとは田んぼだったんですけど、そういうものが全部空港になったりっていう、そういう歴史がありますので、やはり私はもう、今回のテーマの一つであるやっぱり稲作と我々の酒造りっていうのは本当に切っても切れない縁がある。でもいろんな制度によってそれが変わってきてしまってるということは、やはりあんまり能書きの部分いくらお話しても面白くないですのであれですけど、でも制度としてはそういうのがあったということだけはちょっと知っていただけたら嬉しいなと思います。
村米制度という
村米制度はこれは特に山田錦が1800年代からあれしたわけですけど、やっぱり山田錦っていうのはご存知のように穂が高くて生育させるのに非常に大変で、生育させたと思ったら台風できてすぐ倒れてしまうというようなこととか、本当に大変な時代を過ごしてこられる中で、これは蔵元とやっぱり農家の方とが共同作戦というか協力し合わないといけないということで、お宅で作ったお米は全部買わせていただきますという、それがたくさん取れる時も豊作の時もあれば不作の時もある、それはもうそういうの関係なしにということでサポートしてきたという、これなんかも本当先ほどのテロワールのあれじゃないですけど、一種のやはり稲作とお酒造りというの関係をやっぱり一つ見る上ではすごく大事な制度じゃないかなと思います。
そうですね、だからお米の作り手さんと酒蔵さんが必ずしも同じ法人といいますかでなかった時にもうかなり早くから連携であったりだとかされてたっていうことですよね。安心して作れますよね。農業1年間最初、開拓から始まって最後難しいお米を取るところまで連携して行っていたというところがあるんですね。
ぜひ橋場さんにお伺いしたいのは、やはり稲作っていうのはただ稲を植えてしたらお米になるんじゃなくて、やっぱり土壌作りから相当ご苦労なさってきたと思いますが、やっぱりそういう形の中で我々お酒があるんだというのはすごく大事なプロセスだというふうに私は思いますけど。
それこそ僕26の時に実家戻って米作りを始めようと思って始めたんですけど、自分家の田んぼはあるんですけど、結局最初はほとんど孤軍奮闘で近所の農家さんの持ってる農機具のがうちよりいいわけですよ。でそれを借りて、田んぼ農業を教わりながら、本当に日曜日の朝とか夕方遅くとか通常の仕事をやりつつ空いた時間に田んぼを教わりながらって、最初本当コツコツで、その後、農家さんたちと結局地元のお米を使ってないから、地元の農家さんとは同じ地域に住んでるけど、その農家さんと酒蔵としては何も関係がないんで、そこの関係性づくりから始めたので、一番その中で実は有効だったのは消防団だったっていうです。
そうなんですね。じゃあやっぱり伊丹の土地では、その村米制度というのが一般的で、
伊丹の土地ではなくて、それはもう少し余川の方の山田錦がたくさん取れるところで一番盛ん。
じゃあその全国的ではなかったけれども、やはり実際に作り始めたところで、橋場さんのところでいうとその後にお米自体はでもあれですよね、やっぱりワインなんかと違い、ブドウなんかと違いますから、ある程度乾物で非常に保存性が高いっていうところもあって重要視されていたので、土地を離れても大事に使われてましたし、見える土地で使われるっていうことも今より進んでるっていうことなんですかね。
そうですね、うちの場合はほとんどなんていうの、農協さんから酒造組合さんを通じてお米買ってますので、米は買ってあるんですけど、それを少しずつ地元で作ったのに置き換えていったようなイメージです。少しずつ置き換えていった感じでやってきまして、で村米って言葉すごくかっこいいなと思ってですね、我々その酒蔵がするとかっこいいなと思って、で多分今うちでやってることは村米なんですよね。実は価格保証してねやってるんだけど、言葉がないから地元で米から酒作ってますみたいな言葉しかないんですね、実はね。 今回の話を聞いて、これ村米制度ってそうなんだ、そういう同じことをねずっとなんですかね、大きな酒蔵さんずっと昔からやられてたんだなってことが逆に今回ですごいなんか僕はなんか納得しましたね。
あと結構お水のところもやはり重要なその原材料っていうことで、
やっぱりお酒造りにおける水っていうのはやっぱりテロワール発送っていうのは、ブドウかお米かっていうまさに今おっしゃったその流通できる穀物としてのお米と果物としてのブドウっていうのと違いっていうのは明らかですけど、やっぱり水っていうのは逆に言うとワインは水使わないわけですので、いかにお酒造りにとって水が大切かと。でもそれは橋場さんがおっしゃったような形で米作りも一緒だと思うんですね。私はテロワール発送っていう部分について半分賛成半分反対みたいな気持ちがあって、半分は賛成は何かというと、やっぱりそこの地域で生まれた土壌から、また特に水から生まれたお米っていうのの重要性っていうのはきちっと主張されるっていうのと、もうあとは反対の半分はやっぱり穀物というその流動性のあるものを昔の人の知恵として使ってた。それによって不作になって全く作れなかったら、はいお酒もうなくなりますわっていうんじゃなくて、やっぱりいろんな形の調達のルートがあったからずっと続けてお酒造りができたという。ですから私の業界に入って若い時は何しろその安定供給っていうことばっかりが氾濫してたんですね。お米の安定供給、そういう時代もあったわけですから、そこら辺で穀物という中でのやっぱりお米の在り方っていうのがその地域で取れるという素晴らしさと、また流通できるという素晴らしさがあるんじゃないかなと、これは私の勝手な思いですけど。
そうですよね。それを守っていくっていうところで、水の水質保全みたいな形であったり、そういったところも力を入れてらっしゃるというか、力を入れてらっしゃるというか、やってらっしゃる酒蔵さんも結構あるかと思うんですが、いかがですか？
我々の世界は特に水利権っていうのの重要性っていうのはすごい言われてて、漁業権とかいろんな言葉があるぐらい水利権っていうのは大事で、それだけ日本人は水を大切にしてきたと。ですからどういうルートでどのようにこの水が流れてくるかっていうことに対しての、一種権利がきちっとはっきりしてたと、そういう中でお米作りされてたという。最近の話では例えばゴルフ場開発とかスキー場開発の時で一番何ご苦労なさるかっていうと水利権を調整すること、そう言われるぐらいやっぱり水っていうのは日本人にとって大切なものだという位置づけになってますので、そういう中でお米作りをする時にはまさに水がなかったら、特に陸東は別ですけど我々は本当水筒しか作ってないわけですから、そういう意味ではその水の重要性っていうのはもう私が語るよりか橋場さんが語っていただいた方がと思います。
本当にやっぱりその地域の中で、ずっと商売を続け、お酒造りを続けていくっていう中で、その田んぼを維持されるっていうことと、その水をきちんと、日本はおそらく水は豊かなので節水というよりはやはりその水質がきちんと保全されているということ、どのぐらい誰が使えるのか、誰が守るのかということが整理されているということが非常に重要だったということでしょうか。あと先ほど消防団の話なんかも出ましたけれども、やっぱり酒蔵さん地域の中心となってなんていうか、お酒を作って、皆さんにお届けするという以外の役割もかなり担っていらっしゃるという印象があるんですけれども、伊丹も本当に文化の中心というような形で、
それについては語らせていただけると思いますのでお米についても絶対間違いなく橋場さんが詳しいです。伊丹は言えば江戸時代って幕藩体制っていう体制の中で伊丹の地っていうのはそういういわば武士の当時の町じゃなくて、公家さんの当時で、公家の中でも五大石家という中で一番筆頭格と言われる近衛家の家領だったんですね。でそんな形で何が一番栄えたかっていうと、やっぱり文化が相当花開いたという意味では、我々にとってありがたい話ですけど、やっぱりいろんな形での文化が、特に俳諧文学っていう日本今でも日本三大俳諧文庫って言われるのが東大と天理大学とそれと伊丹の柿森文庫と言われているぐらい、そういう研究も、それもやはり江戸時代で酒造業が栄えた時にやっぱり隠れ里伊丹っていうことで、そういう徘徊をされる方がすごく多くて、 そういう文化を楽しんだという。そこら辺から言うとやっぱりある程度の余裕がなかったら文化は伸びないのかなという感じもするんですけど、そういう歴史があるという、そういうことから言うとまさに言っていただくようにお酒を売って、利益を上げるっていうだけじゃなくていかにその町に貢献してくれたかというようなことが、私も472年続けさせていただいた大きなポイントじゃないかなとは思うんですが。
470年浮世絵なんかにもね出てくる酒造りの頃から続いているっていう、やっぱりなんかそこのやっぱポイントは先ほどおっしゃられた、もうその他にもなんかこう本当にね法人の寿命が数十年と言われる中でこれだけ長くつながれてきたっていうのはどういったことが。
これはよく言われる伝統産業の方がおっしゃいますけど、やはり伝統とは革新の連続であるということが言われますけど、やはり常に新しいことにチャレンジをしてきて、その時代に合ったような展開をしてきたというようなことがやはり歴史を積み重ねる上で非常に大切だという具合に私は思ってますので、例えば先ほど江戸送りのお酒の話をさせていただきましたけど、私どもはその江戸時代でも早いうちに江戸の町に、今でいう問屋業というものを出店してるんですね。やっぱりその当時のエバ先輩と先人はやはりそういう市場をきちっと見ていくということの素晴らしさとか、これは歴史っていうか古文書に残ってるんですけど、毎月飛脚で伊丹から江戸まで2回ぐらいやり取りしてるんですね。で江戸の情報を必ず得ながら我々お酒造りしてたと。これはもうまさに今のマーケティング発想じゃないかなというように思っています。そういう意味ではやはりこれだけ続けさせていただいたっていうことは、それぞれの時代にいかに適応してこれたかというのと、やはり歴史というものを大事にしてきたと。私は不易流行っていう言葉が好きで、不易という変えてはいけないものと流行っていう時代に合わせて変えていかなければいけないことということを大切にして、今後も進んでいくとサステナブルにもなるんじゃないかなというふうに思いますが。
でもそうですね、こう続けられて、でまた還元されて、また読み取ってということを重ねられているというのが非常に分かりました。あと橋場さんの取り組みの中でもその地域との関係性っていうところずっと続けていくためにいろいろ心がけてらっしゃることがあるかと思うんですが、そのあたりもいかがですか。
酒蔵だから最近そのお米の流通がお米が農家さんが作って誰に売ってもよくなったので、そういう中でその農業を始めたから、その今の日本のここに書いてあるなんか抱えるほら農業をやめる人が多くてみたいな中で、たまたま自分で農業を始めたから、簡単に言うと耕作放棄されるかもしれなかった田んぼがみんな実は集まってきててっていうところでは、後から振り返ってみると随分なんか今のその社会問題になっているその農家さんが減っていってしまう、後継者がいないというところには随分結果的にはその酒米を作るという新しいその仕事を地元に持ち込んだので、随分変わってる役に立ってるだろうなとは思いますよね。
最初に、お酒の原材料としてのお米作りに携わり始めたのが1996年6年からスタートされて、その時には本当に少しずつっておっしゃられてましたけど、今現状どのぐらいの大きさに広さになってらっしゃるんですか。
今お米の栽培はその自社でうちの会社で作る部分と、農家さんとの契約栽培とあるんですけど、自社に関しては、当初 0.5 ヘクタールだったものが今8ヘクタールです。で最初は僕がやってたんですけど、周りの人の力借りながらだんだんその米を作っているから泉橋に入りたいとか、精米機を持ってるからうちに入りたいとか、そういう社員が増えてきて、でそういう人たちが今夏場農業をやって冬場酒造りをやっているっていうようなイメージですね。
ですよね。あと泉橋酒造さんというと瓶でトンボが飛んでいる時期によって屋号ですとかが有名だと思うんですが、それらの田んぼを全て原農薬でやられているということだと思うんですけども、あたりはどういう背景で。
一番はその農業をやるっていうことは、空気も水も太陽もそれから土も借りてやってますから、汚してはいけない、少なくとも来年またやるわけですから、だんだん良くなるようにしていかなきゃいけないということで、自分たちが見える ところのお米を作ってやるということなので、やっぱなるべく農薬は減らそうと。で最初の頃はちょっと若くて思いっきり無農薬でやって草だらけにしたことも何度もあるんですけど、実はで現実的なところでいくと、農薬の使用量って各県ごと地域ごとで、例えばお米作るんだったら何成分使っていいですよって観光農法っていうんですけど、実は決まってるんですよ。ものすごいバチッと決まっていて、でその神奈川県だったら14成分お米作るには農薬を使っていいんですけど、それを、どれぐらい減らしますかっていう農家さんの契約なんですね。でそれを作業に減らすために落とし込んでいくっていう作業なので、なんか減農薬っていうか、うちで言うとだから半分6成分以下にしましょうっていうのが農家さんとの契約です。でうちの会社の中の栽培においては、0もしくは2までっていうのでやってます。
やっぱりそうするともうトンボがきちんと田んぼに残る。
はい、トンボは環境を汚してはいけないっていうところで、あと昔田んぼ行っててなんていうんですかね、いろんな虫とか動植物とかいっぱい生きてるわけですよ。で田んぼのあぜとかに座ってて、なんか生きてるの自分だけじゃないんだなみたいな、そういう感覚の中からトンボのマークを会社のマークにしたらいいよなっていうふうにずっと思ってて、勝ち虫だし。
なるほど。でも当時本当に珍しかったんじゃない？
怒られましたねお客さんとかにこんなトンボのマークを酒のラベルにしてふざけないでくださいみたいな感じで怒られたこと何度もあります。
でもすごく分かりやすいメッセージですよね。やっぱり農薬自体が減ることは土地にもで作り手さんにもでもちろん飲み手さんにも皆さんに優しいことだと思うので、決して簡単なことではないと思うんですが、そのあたり。
あとは結構大事なポイントで、会社としても農業やってますから、社員の人たちにバンバン農薬使えとか、そういうふうな指示はなくなりますよね。なるべく必要最小限度にして減らしましょうみたいなっていうふうになってきますので、全部無農薬はちょっとさすがに無理で、無農薬の場所も田んぼもあるんですけど、それはそれで無農薬にするための冬場から田んぼに水入れて冬季淡水やったりとか、赤ぬかを除草剤代わりに撒いたりとか、鎖を引っ張ったりとか、そういう一連の農業のやり方があって農薬なしでできるみたいなのがあるので、そういうのをちょっとずつ積み重ねながらやってるようなイメージです。
いや、今のも素晴らしいお話だなと思うのは、海外で私ちょっとオーストラリアの米作りしてまして、オーストラリアの米作りっていうのは四国の高須賀城さんっていう方が行ってジャポニカ種を植えられたんですけど、それが広がってっていう形なんですけど、そういう歴史の中で今も米作りされてるんですけど、よく聞いてみると7年に1回お米を作るっていう連作じゃないんですね。で我々日本人は当たり前みたいに思ってる、やっぱりそれだけ土壌をきちっと手入れされたりは、もともと土壌が豊かなのかもしれないですけど、でもそういう手をきちっとされてるから連作で毎年米作りができると。でもオーストラリアなんかだったらそんなになかなかできないので、7年ごとに米作りする、その後は言えば牧草を生やしてするとかっていう、そういう循環、また我々と違う循環があるという、そういうのを初めて知って、日本人にとってはそんな毎年お米作るの当たり前でしょという、やっぱりそれだけ土壌を大事にしてきた、もともとが良かったということもあるのかもしれないですけど、やっぱり水が豊かで土壌を大事にされてきたっていう、そこら辺の中でできるだけ無農薬でやっていこうという、おっしゃるようにやっぱり完全無農薬っていうのは相当やっぱりレベル高いですので、でも皆さんそこに近づくようにいろんな努力をされてる。先ほどお話した水利権もそうですけど、水が上から流れたらそれだけでもう勇気とは言えないというようなこととかいろいろあるわけですので、そういうのをいろんな形で克服されてこうやってられるっていうのはもうすごいなというふうに思いますけど。
資料で見たことあるんですけど、江戸時代の土作りとかちゃんとなんていうの、本っていうか地元の歴史でちゃんと入ってるんですよね。でものすごい魚とか入れてるんです。
ニシンとかすごい有名ですよ。
で皆さん多分昔から過去の人たちはみんな田んぼに石があったら石出して、でそういうのを入れて土作りやって、もちろん堆肥も入れるし、いろいろなんですかね、おトイレの出てきたものとかも堆肥化して入れたんだと思うんですけど、なので田んぼの土は全然もう別格なんですよね。塩害化もしないし。
例えばお水を張るのもすごく大きいって言いますよね。
先ほどのそうですね。 ナイル川のあれみたいですね、洪水みたいなもんですから。
やっぱりこう水を張るので単体でこう存在するみたいなことも難しいじゃないですか。江戸時代にものすごくこう米が当時非常に神聖かつですね国を支えるものだったので大きく開拓が進んだと思うんですけれども、今比較的できた田んぼをどう維持するかというか、このままだと減ってしまうという中でいろんなことが課題になっているかと思うんです。先ほど少しお話に出ましたが、そのあたりも柴さんの方で高齢化であったり、今もちょっと作るのが難しいよというところもご対応されているっていう話があったかと思います。そのあたりいかがですか？
そうですね、本当に20何年前は最初はね、自分家のお酒を自分家の米で作りたいって始まったんですけど、今振り返ってみると、農家さん辞められる農家さんたちがいっぱいいて、その人たちの空くはずだった田んぼをうちの会社やうちの契約農家さんがみんな実は預かって耕作放棄されないで来てるんだなってことが最近しみじみと街歩いてると田んぼの中に耕作放棄された田んぼほとんどないんですよ。でさらにうちは海老名市なんですけど、地元の相模原市っていうのうちから2つ上流上の町にあるんですけど、そこから泉橋酒造は田んぼが空いちゃってるんで来てやってくれないかっていうんで工業団地に誘致されるんじゃなくて田んぼに泉橋酒造誘致されてそんな感じでもう農業をやってます。
やっぱりその田んぼの多面的機能っていうのが語られていることもありますけれども、田んぼもともとは田んぼじゃない、何百年か前100年前違ったかもしれませんが、今田んぼであるところが田んぼとして残り続けるっていうことはまた違う意味もあるのかなと思います。とても大きな話かなと。
も反応してよろしいですか。私つい直近聞いた話で、まさに今橋場さんが話されていることがそうだと思うんですけど、ちょっとホップに関心があって、岩手の遠野っていうところで行きまして、そしたら関係人口っていう言葉が出まして、関係人口って何ですかって聞くと、もうまさにそこに他の町から移住してきてホップ作りをする。でもその方はホップ作りだけでなくて結局野菜作りでその町おこしをしたというストーリーを聞かせていただいて、今のお話もすごくそれに近いんじゃないかなと。やっぱりお酒を作るためのお米作りであっても、それをやるためにじゃあお酒も作ろうよと一緒にというようなことをやっぱりそういう形で、私はもう間違いなく言えることは、若い方なりこれからの世代にどう農業に関心を持っていただくかっていうことを、我々蔵元はただ米買ってたらいいっていうんじゃなくて、橋場さんみたいにやっぱりお米のところからやっぱり一緒に考えていくやっぱり時代に完全に来てるんじゃないかなというふうに思うんですけど。
今うちの会社の社員で農業をやってる人たちは皆さん普通に農家さんの生まれでもなく普通に大学行ってで卒業して農業やってますからね。でもすごい皆さんたくましいですね。
でも日本ではね、やっぱりすごく農業就労人口の減少って問題になっているのはすごく素晴らしいことですよね。
そうですね、維持していくのも結構大変ですけどね。
でも割と最新鋭の機器なんかも使われて
そうですね、面白くないといけないので、例えば今の収穫するコンバインとか田植え機とかは全部 GPS がついていて、彼らだったりその農機具はGPS でどこの田んぼにいるか把握してるんですよ。で我々田んぼの管理も全部 Google マップに紐付けされた ICT のそのクラウドソフトで全部やってるので、ドローン飛ばしても田植え機が行っても、収穫機が行ってもどこの田んぼにいるか知ってるんですよ。で分析も収穫しながら自動的にやったり、田植えもまっすぐだけは GPS でまっすぐ勝手に植わるんですよ。ハンドル離しててもとか、すごいそういう現代的な機器と農業はすごいなんか相性がすごいいいなと思って、若い人やるのはすごいいいんじゃないかなと思ってます。
そうですよね。お酒作りも田んぼ作りもおそらく非常に重労働みたいな側面もあるかと思いますけれども、そういった最新の技術とでもすごく感性と手作りと伝統っていうところを両方残しながらやってらっしゃる。
一つちょっと伺うというか提案なんですけど、もともとコモダルっていうか酒ダルっていうのは藁でできてたんですね。でも今はもう藁自体がやっぱり虫が食いとかっていうことで、本当にもう化学繊維っていうか合成繊維も変わってしまってる、そういう中でこの藁っていうものをもっと大切にしたらいいんじゃないかっていうのは気持ちはあるんですけど、 今私も田植えから酒造りまでっていういろんなイベントやって田植えもやりましたし打刻も全部やりましたけど、今時の機械っていうのはもうあんな藁なんか出ない機械全部なってしまって、稲城なんて、あれは言葉がそれ地域によって違いますが、天日干しのあれなんかほとんどやらなくなってということは藁は出ないという、でもなんかそういう形で藁をなんか再活用できるようなプロジェクトをともっとなんか自然に変えるという具合になると思うんですけど、それはちょっと大変だったかもしれませんけど、そんなまたアイデアもぜひ出していただいて。
藁はですね、収穫するコンバインが藁は丸いて外に出すか、もう中でカットしちゃって翌年の肥料にしてしまう。今ほとんどそうなんですけど、藁欲しいって言われるともう最小限度だけ丸いて出してるんですけど、なかなか集めるのが大変で、収穫終わった後の田んぼに一面に藁が散乱してるのをこう集めてくるのが大変で、なかなかで、うちで藁使ってるのはほんの少しだけ地元で神社の人たちがお飾りに使いたいっていう分と、あとは、うちのお店でお料理を藁炙りにする分だけ
藁炙り、美味しそうですね。
いや結構いろんな飲食店さんに藁欲しいって言われるんですけど、干さなきゃダメなんですよ。収穫した後干して初めて使える藁なんで、干すっていう作業が大変ですそれ。
でもあれですよね、今藁のお話出ましたけれども、お米お米に関わるもの自体は先ほどの藁使わなくても来年の肥料にもう一部たりとも余すとこなく使い切りますっていうところは伝統としてあるっていうふうにお聞きしてますが、具体的にはどういうものが？
田んぼに返すものは収穫した時のお米だけ取って残りの藁はそのまま機械が刻んで田んぼに置いてくるので、そのまままたすき込んでしまいますから、翌年の栄養になるのと、あとは赤ぬか、精米して出てくるぬかも田んぼに戻して、肥料の代わりと、あと田植え直後に巻きますと、それが除草剤代わりにもなるので、無農薬の田んぼとかはそういった形でやってます。みんなで藁赤ぬかを田んぼに巻いて歩くんですけど、もうみんな何ですかね、きな粉をかぶった人みたいな真っ黄色になってやってますね。
あとあれですね、製造の過程でいうとお米を削った後のあちらなんですけど、外側ではない、ぬかっていうのは
白い部分ですね。
白い部分、米粉の部分はおせんべいとかになってどう使われてるんですか？
うちですと2割ぐらいがパン屋さんに売ってるのと、あとちょっとだけ学校給食でも小麦が高いんで使いたいみたいな話と、あとはうちは鳥の餌になってます。
蔵元として言わせていただくと今お米の再活用っていうか利用の仕方として米粉っておっしゃるんですけど、その米粉っていうのはあれはもう相当のエネルギーをかけて米粉にされてる部分もあるんですね。でもそんなんだったら今おっしゃったように我々の場合は副産物ですから、それを再活用されるっていうとだいぶ意味が違うんじゃないかと。エネルギーを使って粉にするのと我々みたいに粉にするっていう同じ米粉でも違うんじゃないかなというふうに思うんですけど、でも今おっしゃったやっぱりパンでも何でも最近若い方特にもちもちしたのお好きですから、それにはお米を米粉を入れられると全然違いますので、以前はもう何かというと今のお話のように答えるのはおせんべいとかにとかってすぐ言ってたんですけど、今はいろいろと米粉についても多様性がありますので。
いろんな使われ方、決してただ要は出来上がってきたお米を全て使うということと、あとやっぱ絞り終わった酒粕も非常に豊かに使われているのかなというふうに。
ですよね。酒粕は焼酎作られてますか？うちも作ってます。焼酎。
かっそり焼酎とか、あと私も奈良漬けをやってるんですね。蔵元が奈良漬け作ってるとこはもう本当数少なくなってますけど、私もその中の一つで、それこそ踏み込みガスという形で酒粕を利用してますので、板ガスだけじゃなくて酒粕を使ってます。ただこれ一つちょっと言わせていただくと、我々関西っていうか西日本の酒粕に対する意識と東日本の方の酒粕に対する意識と相当違うんですね。それは何かというと、やっぱり料理方法とか関西か西日本の方は結構甘酒にしたり粕汁にしたり、その粕汁でもいろんな種類があって とかっていうのは結構盛んなんですけど、東の方の方はあんまり最近はだいぶ変わってきましたけど、一時はもう酒粕なんて産業廃棄物だっていう方がいらっしゃって、いやそんなことないでしょうという具合に言ってた。もう今そのことおっしゃることないですけど、やっぱりそれぐらい再利用できるものだと我々は認識してますので。
そうですね。文化の根付き方はなんでなんでしょうかね。もしかするとやっぱり大規模生産をされてる江戸時代に先ほど木だるの話が出ましたけれども、江戸で飲んで板見灘で生産してっていう一大生産拠点があったことで、酒粕の流通量なんかも多かったみたいなのはあるかもしれないですね。伏見も京都と。
ですから昔はおやつにして黒砂糖なんかまぶして、そしたら本当貴重なおやつだったというようなことも本当よく聞かされましたので、あんまり関東の方であんまりそういう話どちらかというと聞かないことないですけど、そんな多くなかったですので、やっぱりそういう意味ではまさにおっしゃるうまく活用されてたんじゃないかなと思いますけど。
すごい栄養価も豊かですね。なんで近年酒粕の方が一時期すごく人気が出た時があるっていうのも
酒粕作ろうかという
ね、甘酒なんかもね非常に体にいいということで、また違う文脈で人気が出てるかと思いますが、
皆さん甘酒って言われると、今の甘酒っていうのはほとんど麹の甘酒なんですね。で我々酒屋はどうしても酒粕の粕で作った甘酒っていうのはもう先に来るんですね。それの差っていうのは相当やっぱり大きいんじゃないかなと。今はもう主流がどちらかというと麹から作った甘酒を本当甘酒って言われるっていうのも、我々蔵元にとっては、いや甘酒って酒粕から作ったもんでしょとかって思っちゃうんですけど、ちょっとそこら辺の同じ言葉でもちょっと意味があるということはちょっと普通の方も知っていただくと嬉しいなと思いますけど。
甘酒作ってるんですか？麹の甘酒作ってます？
う
ち作り始めたんですよ。3年前から。まさにそれで急にだから酒粕は酒粕甘酒といえば今うちの会社は麹の甘酒を甘酒というふうに言うように会社の中では変わりましたけど、でもなんか好きなの、どっちが好きとかちょっと問題があるんであれなんですけど、小学校の時よく酒粕の甘酒作ってよく飲んでましたね。今考えると少し酔っ払ってたんじゃないかっていうですね。で
間違いなくアルコール。
今ね結構入ってますからね。カストル焼酎作れるぐらいなんですから。
確かにカストル焼酎作る。でもやっぱり余すことなくできるところを大事にするっていうことと、余すことなくきちんと使いますっていうところはやっぱり大きな文化かなというふうに思います。今までその原材料っていうところから、で飲み手にお届けするっていうところも、もちろん資源がそんなに豊かではなかったっていうことも背景だとは思うんですけれども、古くは量り売りみたいなのもありましたし、あまりなんていう使い捨てのものがなくですね、使われたところからどんどん今徐々に移行していって、で、今後はまたさらに遠くまで届くっていうような形になっていくと思うんですけど、そのあたりで持続性っていうことをキーワードに
おっしゃるように、やっぱり容器の歴史っていうのもすごく大きいと思うんですね。やはりお酒を運ぶ容器っていっても、もともとは壺が主流の時代から、それから言えば杉樽っていうか樽になって、で明治の後半から一升瓶っていうガラス瓶になったという歴史で、直近ではやっぱパックとか紙製品とかっていうのなってますけど、まさにそれの歴史って大きいんじゃないかなと。今でもワイナリーでもそうですし、蔵元ではもう残念ながらそこまでなさるとか本当少なくなりましたけど、杉樽とか桶とかをもう毎年再生して使ってきたというのが今までの歴史ですので、そういうことから言うと、そこら辺の中で一升瓶っていうのも丸章というマークがついてるぐらい、やっぱりお国からもリターナブルとしての優等生だと言われてきたのが一升瓶ですので、そういう部分ではやはりそれが全国に流通してきたという、先ほどおっしゃったように兵庫県とか京都とかっていうのはたくさんお酒が作られてたので、一升瓶なんかも新しい瓶はそこで全部作られて、それが全国に回ってて、またその中でもその地域の中でまたリターナブルっていうかリサイクルっていうかされてたっていうのは、すごくその当時っていうかもう40年前でも今のサステナブルな SDGs 発想から言うと非常に優れたものだったんじゃないかなと。ただ残念ながら冷蔵庫に入らない、重たい、大きいとかいろいろあって、今はそれが本当に業務用という形だけで使われるようになってしまっていると いう、でもですから SDGs っていうものについても、サステナブルという言葉でもやっぱりどういうふうに考えるのか、ある面やっぱりそれぞれの時代にもきちっと生きていかないといけない発想も必要だなと思いますし、それはやはり過去からのいろんな経験っていうことから知ることもできるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。そういう意味では酒造業っていうかはいろんな形の SDGs のやっぱり学ぶ材料がたくさんあるんじゃないかなというふうに思いますけど。
そうですよね。それこそ木桶、木樽なんかも最初お酒が入って次お味噌が入ってお醤油が入ってみたいなところから瓶がまたエターナルになってと。時代に合わせてやっぱり変わっていく、最初に革新というようなお話もありましたけれども、消費者の方々、飲み手の方々、届くところによって、どうあるべきなのかっていうのをまた今一歩考える時期なのかもしれないですよね。この前ちょうど私海外行った時にもうでもプラスチックケースが会場から全部排除されていてですねお水は自分で汲んでもらうか瓶だけですよっていうようなところも出てきたので、またちょっといろんな状況が変わってくるのかなとは。
今そういうことっていうのは話ちょっと違う話になるのかもしれないですけど、やっぱりお酒におけるその SDGs っていうことから言うと、今のお酒っていうのはやっぱり大吟醸酒吟醸酒とかっていうのは、精米っていう行為一つと取りましても高度精白っていうことで、高度精白っていうのは、モーターをそれだけ回してるわけですので、私どもが1704年のレシピを紐解いて作ってるお酒なんて 88% なんですね、精米部合。そういうことから言うとそのエネルギーをそれだけ使わないでもお酒造りをしてた時代もあったわけですし、大吟醸を冷やして飲む香りのあるお酒っていうのがやっぱり海外の方にもここまで受け入れられてきた一つの大きなポイントだと思うんですけど、でも一方ではお酒の多様性っていうことから言うと、そんな米を磨かなくても面白いお酒があったり、言えば冷蔵ばっかりじゃなくて、常温とか、少し熟成させるために温度上がっていってもその方が面白いとか、なんかいろんな発想がこれから出てきて、海外の方にももっとお酒の面白さ多様性というものを理解していただけたらなと。これは私の全く勝手な発想なんですけど、例えば今年も世界を通じてエネルギーを節約するために節電だと言われている、そういう中でもう一度神酒の面白さっていうのを分かっていただくとか、なんかそんなのも面白いんじゃないかなと勝手に思ってるんですが、
やっぱり作って皆さんの手元に届くまでに、どのぐらいのエネルギーがかかるかで、それがもちろんエネルギー全く使わないとですね、非常に活動難しくなってしまうところあると思うんですが、そのかかった負荷を還元するという考え方もありますし、エネルギー量自体を先ほどおっしゃったように、減らしてでも楽しめるお酒っていうのを作っていくっていうのも、より、今どんどん海外でもお酒が、日本酒が飲んでいただけるようになってきたっていう中で考えていくべきテーマなんじゃないかと私も思います。
私の若い時なんかはよく先輩から言われたのは、やっぱお酒っていうのは夏を超えて良くなるかどうかっていう、最低でも半年なり1年なり熟成させるのがお酒だと言って散々教育されましたので、それが今何しろ新鮮なものがいい、生酒がいい、出来たてがいいという、私は出来たては出来たての良さ、特に香りがすごい豊かだとかあると思うので、そんなの絶対否定はしませんけど、でもだからといって熟成させたお酒の良さっていうものももう一度見直していただく、そうなると少し改めて飲んでいただくっていうのもやっぱり体自体温まるわけですから、お酒の楽しさっていうのはまた増えるんじゃないかなとか、それがイコールエネルギーが少なくて済むとかということではないのかもしれないですけど、節電っていうか、よくこういう時にお話しするのは、昔は火鉢があって、火鉢なんて言葉もご存じないと思いますけど、あと、ストーブがあって、でその上には何が必ずあったかというと、必ずやかんがあった。でやかんがあったらやかんの中には必ずとっくりが入ってたという、そういう文化、これも今ではなかなか再現できない部分ですけど、なんか情緒があっていいなと。でそれで自分の好きな温度でこう飲むという、 なんかそんなのも昔の良さとして、でもそれは昔の良さだけじゃなくて、これから形を変えて、そんなにエネルギーを使わなくても美味しく飲んでいただく方法もありますよというような PR につながればなとは思うんですが。
住宅床暖房だったりしますからね。エアコンとね。
でもあれですね、生活の本当のシーンっていうのは皆さん日常変わっていったとしても、楽しみ方の歴史といいますか蓄積があって、かつなんていうんですかね、他のところでやっぱり話されていたのが、こういった課題がありますと、だからエネルギーが使えませんって言った中に、だから使ってないものでいいでしょではなくて、やっぱり皆さんが飲みたいと思われたり楽しみたいと思う形で、しかもその課題も解決して出さないとその商品が持続的に受け入れられることはないっていうことを職員の方がおっしゃっていて、なんかそこはだから両方大事なんですよっていう中で、過去も顧みながら新しいものを作られていくっていうと、あと先ほどおっしゃられたように生酒には生酒の良さがある、だから住み分けができるようになると非常に素敵ですよね。千葉さんなんかも来ていただく機会を非常に作られているというふうにおっしゃられてましたけど、
生酒は随分減らしましてですね、本当にだから生酒を外に出荷しているのは本当に今の12月から春先ぐらいまでの本当寒くなったというだけ、それ以外は新酒も今、スタートで出している新酒4種類出すんですけど、2種類は全部火入れですよ。いきなり絞ってすぐ火入れして、お客さん生じゃないのみたいな感じで言うんですけど、いや別に生酒じゃなくても大丈夫だし美味しいし、あと生酒はすごい美味しいですけど、送るにはねクール便宅急便とかで宅急便を送るの人たちにもものすごいリソース使わせてすごい大変じゃないですか。そしたらやっぱり生酒は飲みに来てもらった方がいいですよね、蔵にね。
そうですよね。だからやっぱり土地ならでは、だから先ほどの味のお話もあれば楽しみ方のお話もあって、せっかくこの土地と紐づいているお酒っていうところに来てもらって、そこならではの味、そして遠くまで負荷なく届けられる、また行ってみたいなと思わせるような味のものっていうのができると素晴らしいだと思いますし、実践をすでに始めてらっしゃるんだと
コロナで生酒結構やめたんですよね。
ああ、
最初スタート売れるかわからないから生で取っといて劣化したらまずいってことで、夏のまず製品から生酒がなくなり、別に生酒じゃなくても平気なんじゃないかっていうところから。
でもあれですよ、コロナで露見したとしても、やっぱりそういう、安定させるのが難しいものって遠くに運べば世界中で飲んでいただこうと思えば飲んでいただこうと思うだけ、持っている方がリスクになってしまうというか、なんか安定させるっていうのはあれ同じことが起こっていたのかもしれないですね。
それはやっぱり酒蔵の技術ですよね。最近本当にそう思うようになります。やっぱり技術です。そこは火入れもきちっとして、でも劣化していないとか。
もう一つちょっと全然違う角度でよろしいですか。江戸時代っていうか、今みたいなそれこそおっしゃる大吟醸とか吟醸とか冷やして飲む技術がないっていうか少なかった時に、昔はこんなに液酒って我々言ってますけど種類がない、いろんなタイプの、特定名称酒だけでも何種類もあるわけですから、でも我々は今まで1種類のお酒を作ってた。でもそれをどうして飲んでたかっていうと、非常に熱い缶にしたり中ぐらいの缶にしたりぬるい缶にしたりちょっと冷やしたりして、同じお酒をやっぱり季節によって温度に変えて楽しんだという、全く同じようにその器によってもやっぱり相当各地域、日本ほど陶磁器が盛んなところはないと言われるほど全国にあちこちに産地があるわけですので、その中でその器を変えることによって同じお酒でもどんな楽しみ方があるかっていうやっぱり提案をやっぱり蔵元がもっとしていくともっと楽しい世界っていうか、でそれがこのサステナブルとどんな関係があるのという、でもやはりそういう工夫をしてきたから今までこのお酒っていうか日本酒っていうのは続いてきてるんじゃないかなというふうに思いますが、今はどちらかというと冷たいのに走ってる、それはそれでまたいいと、新しい全く発見ですから、でもやっぱりそういう器をグラスはいいけどグラスだけじゃなくてやっぱり陶磁器で飲んで、それも陶磁器の形がいろいろとあったらもっと楽しいよねというような、なんかそういうことを海外の方でもまた知っていただくとまた違う 楽しみとか陶磁器の産地行って自分に合う器を買ってそれでこの酒飲みたいなとかっていうのもすごく楽しいんじゃないかなと、それがイコールサステナブルということにつながるかどうかちょっとあれですけど、なんかどっかつながるんじゃないかなというふうに思うんですけど。
そうですよね。やっぱり楽しむ、食文化を楽しむ、いろんな体験をするっていうそのこと自体すごく豊かな体験だと思います。それが倉本さんたちが地域のサステナビリティを考えた上で醸造、作られているお酒が飲まれてまたさらに還元されていくっていう流れができて、田んぼをね維持するためにこれをちゃんとお酒に変えて皆さんに飲んでもらって田んぼがまた続いていくと、水源が続いていくというところがあると思うので。
そうですよね。本当そう思いますよ。お酒がこうお客さんに楽しまれて飲まれて消費されて初めてお米作れますから、そこの循環が切れちゃうと、はい。
だからやっぱり丁寧に作られたお酒を飲んでいただくことがそれを支える協力になっているんだということが実感してもらえるような理解を作っていけたら素晴らしいのかなと。
そういうんでいくと社長のとこもやられてると思いますけど、うちも6年前に地元でちっちゃいお酒とロールが楽しめるお店直営店やってるんですけど、それやってる理由はまさにお客さんに来てもらいたい。で地元のその食材でできた料理を食べてお酒も飲んでもらいたいみたいな。でそうやればね、先ほど言った器の提案とかも自分のお店では自由ですから、お酒の飲み方も。でそういったちょっと提案的なお店とかを作って楽しんでやるというのはすごい大事なことですよね。なんかね、本当にそれがないと回らないっていう。
それこそ違う文化圏の方たちにも飲んでいただいたりだとか、それこそ日本を紹介してもらうような機会につながっていくんだと思いますので、そのあたりで気をつけていらっしゃる点とかこういうことありますか？
私よく海外にお酒を輸出する時にもよくずっとしかももう戦前から輸出をしておりますので結構長い歴史あるんですけど、最近では私よくブーメラン効果を狙いたいという話で、海外で日本酒面白いねと言っていただくと日本の若い方とか女性の方がもっと関心を持っていただけるんじゃないかという話をあるちょっと外交官の方にお話ししたら何て言われたかっていうと、小西さんそんな甘いよと、もっと日本でちゃんと日本酒を啓発しないとダメだよと言っていただいたんですけど、その通りだと思うんですけど、でもやはり何が楽しいかっていうことを強要はできないわけですから、やはりもうまさに感じていただく努力を我々どうしていけるかっていうことがすごく大切だという、そういうことから言うと今海外で非常に日本酒のいろんな角度で日本で私どもの商品でもそうなんですけど、日本でほとんど売れないのにどうして海外でこんな売れるのというような商品があったりということも出てきてますので、そういう意味ではお酒のやはり多様性っていうものをきちっと啓発していくとやっぱ変わっていくのかなという具合に思いますし、やはりもう先ほどおっしゃった循環ですから、結局お酒がね飲んでいただかないと我々お米も作れないしお酒も作れないわけですし、やっぱそういうことが言うとやっぱりそこら辺の好循環っていうかいい循環に持っていけるようにやっぱり日々もっともっと努力したいなという具合に思いますけど。
海外の特に飲食店やってる方とかこのとこね今戻ってきてるんで毎週のように来られるんですけど、面白いのはやっぱ皆さんすごい関心を持つのが保管する道具、うちで作ってるオリジナルのやつとか小さい最近酒造組合で斡旋で出てきた何でしたっけ、ちっちゃいやつとかみんな買って帰りますからね、本当に。なのでそういうのをすごい探してるようなところありますよね。だからそういうのにちゃんと応えられる酒蔵でないといけないし、海外で日本酒頑張ってる人たちがいたらやっぱ行って応援ができるような、プラス、日本国内をもっと盛り上げないといけないですよねそれは本当に思います。海外に行くと進んだレストランとかの方が日本酒を楽しく扱ってて、すごい異文化なんだけどすごく楽しいものとして扱ってくれてるんですけど、熱がね日本国内に出るようにしないと
いや私はね大好きなんでそうですね、 今やっぱり内外でも愛される姿を目指されてるんだと思うので、その中でさらにじゃあ今回ずっと今日はお話の中で出てきてたと思うんですが、お酒を作っていらっしゃって、それを販売、酒蔵としてというところとサステナビリティっていうのは、どういったご関係というか、最後一言ずつ何か思っていらっしゃいますというようなことをいただいたりできますか。
まさに今のご質問ある面すごく難しいご質問なのかもしれないですけど、ある面やっぱり我々が今まで培ってきた歴史っていうものをきちっと見直すことによって、将来見えてくるものがあるんじゃないかなという、私の好きな言葉に「振り返れば未来」っていう言葉がありまして、やはり歴史伝統をきちっと見ることによって将来が見えてくることもある。特にこのサステナブルってサステナビリティとかっていう持続可能っていうことはやっぱり今まで我々も実践させてきていただいた部分だからそれがサステナビリティだというそんな偉そうなことを言うつもりはありません。でもやっぱり将来に向かって何をしないといけないかっていうのはやっぱりそういう経験を生かして見えてる部分があるはずですし、それをやはり我々実現していくことによって今世間一般で言われるサステナビリティとか SDGs というのとまた違う角度での SDGs の重要性っていうものを、日本酒業界としてももっともっと主張できるんじゃないかなという具合に私は思っております。
そうですね、農業からじゃないんですけど、我々酒蔵の立ち位置ってなんていうか、太陽があって自然環境があって土があって水があって光合成でお米ができてそれがお酒になってっていうところを語れるところの一番いいところにいると思うんですよね。お酒は一つ食文化の花ですから、そういった我々がその SDGs とか言葉じゃないんだけど、やっぱ地元の日本の自然環境ができたお米が楽しく美味しいんですよっていうことをきちっと発信ができる場所にいるからこそもっとやるべきで、そこにもっと力を注ぐべきかなっていうふうにすごい思いますね。海外行ってワイナリーさんの話になっちゃうと言っていいのか分かんないけど、外国人の方がブドウ畑の前に立ってるだけでなんかうまそうだなとか思ったりしますよね。だから我々が田んぼの前に立ってそしたらなんか酒うまそうだなっていうふうにみんな思ってくれるまで頑張んなきゃいけないんだなってすごい思います。
本当にですね、お二人のお話から、もう日本酒が江戸時代からですねずっと作られ続けて飲まれ続けて、でその支えている田んぼ水源で作り手さん地域というところのお取り組み、いろんなことが聞けたかと思います。でやはり最後に、今後飲まれるこの環境が変わっていく中でも主語を大きく取るといいますか酒蔵単体ではなく、先ほどこの一連の流れの中でいい立ち位置にいるんだというふうに橋場さんがおっしゃられましたけれども、地域の魅力であったりだとか日本酒ということだけではなく自然、日本の文化環境というところをですね代表する立ち位置で進めていかれるんだなということを非常に深く感じることができたかと思います。でまたですね、先ほど言っていたようにここで魅力を作って届けてまた来てもらう、土地に来てもらってよりですね深い文化体験をしてもらう、日本酒のことをよく理解していただき、日本のことを好きになっていただき、私たちも来てくださる方と交流するっていうそういう世界観が語られていたのかなと思います。本日はサステナブルということでテーマでしたけれども、非常にありがたい時間でした。ありがとうございました。
Sustainability in the sake and shochu industry, everything from reduction of use of pesticides to the reuse of the raw materials that go into the production process to field management and other things that are being considered today in the world of SDGs. A question from YouTube from Matt Schley is, Hashiba-san mentioned dragonflies and how that was somewhat controversial. And he asked if there are any other negative reactions to either branding or innovations in the shochu and sake world. And the answer is yes. Perhaps unsurprisingly, when people do new things, when they do something that's a little bit outside the box, there is certainly a segment of the audience that will roll their eyes, turn up their nose, and generally disapprove. A couple of examples that come to mind, for me anyway, are now the more creative labeling that's going on across the industry. One example from Saga Prefecture, of course, you may have seen online, is the use of basically manga characters on these new labels, and while they certainly jump out at you when you see them on the shelf, they are not in any way what we would consider traditional, so there are certainly people who don't like them so much. The same goes for the use early on in Kagoshima with yellow koji to make sweet potato shochu, and there certainly were a lot of shochu fans out there that didn't like it. It was too fruity, too floral to be considered as standard or what they were accustomed to, sweet potato shochu. And, you know, all the new iterations that are coming today, the really fruity types that are out there. There are people that don't yet have time for them, but, you know, you know, the folks that are brave enough to take these risks are often the ones who really pave the new ground for the industry. So you might not like it at first, but don't be surprised if it's around to stay. Just so you know what's coming up, that is the end of today's session, today's show, day 1 of the Sake Future Summit. Next week, we've got another 4 sessions for you, a lot of really hard-hitting content. For instance, we've got bartenders here in Japan who are on the forefront of mixology when it comes to kokushu. We've got John Gauntner-led dive into the current state of affairs with sake sales worldwide, and so much more. So definitely tune back in next Sunday, same time, different link, but we will have a lot more quality content for you then. If you want to go back and watch something that happened earlier in today's show, you have that opportunity. We're rerunning the entire thing starting at 6 p.m. Japan Standard Time. So you can watch from the beginning if you want to, and make sure that you're all caught up by the time we get to next week's show, January 15th in Japan, January 14th in many other parts of the world. So thank you so much for joining us. Once again, this has been Christopher Pellegrini on behalf of the Japan Sake and Shochu Makers Association, whose generous support is bringing us the Sake Future Summit. Wherever you are in the world, whatever you happen to be doing for the rest of your day, a very hearty and heartfelt kanpai from all of us to all of you.